Noswaith a chroeso i'r Principality ar gyfer ddau gêm yn y road to Principality heno ma. Welcome to the Principality for the first game of two tonight. The first game being the under-18 schools champion of champions between Ysgol Rhymni and Ysgol Bro Myrddin. Joining me today is Owain Gwynedd. Owain, how are we today?
Good, thank you. Nice, crisp even here at the Capital Stadium. Capital City, say, not stadium. Capital City, Principality Stadium. We'll get there. It's cold, but it's going to be a top night of rugby with Rhymni and Bro Myrddin going head to head. So it should be a cracker to kick things off.
Absolutely. The roof is open here tonight at the Principality. No rain as we've seen over the last few weeks. The weather's been terrible in Wales, as we always expect, but we're looking forward to a nice evening tonight as we see these two sides go head to head in the final. The first of two. The second one coming up is the Dewar Shield final. Later on, that will be kicking off at 7:30. Both teams ready and raring to go. Both teams have had different routes to the final. One team haven't lost a game so far this season. The other lost one in the way through. However, let's start with Ysgol Rhymni. Front row of Toby Cribb, Dylan Greening and Harry Price. Second row of Ben Brown and Jake Bishop. And a back row of Dylan Taylor-Wood, Max Lundegren and then the skipper in number 8, Will Thomas. In the half-backs, Joseph Woolley and Iestyn Ashman. Cavan Phillips is in the centre with Max Marshall, Rhyddian Jones and Dylan Cole on the wings, and Finn Reynolds in the full-back position. Plenty of talent on the bench as well for Rhymni. Ashton Bates, Liam Lawler, Evan Betts, Griff Williams, Josh Nibbs, Ellis Rees, Ashton Harvard, Charlie Hughes, Gethin Ashman and Ellis Watkins. And let's have a look then at Bro Myrddin. A few of these players have played here before when they won the Vase in March. Front row of Josh Cram, Thomas Axford and Daniel Evans. In the boiler room, Griffith Ellis-Jones and Jake Bishop. And a back row of Gwion Williams, Griff Owen and Thomas Parry. Johan Thomas and Thomas Lewis are in the halfbacks. Dylan Davis and Gwion Evans are in the centre. Then Harry Wigglesworth, Rhys Jones and Meilir Thomas, the back three. And then plenty of players on the bench as well. David Solway, Thomas Jones, Garan Phillips, Thomas Charles, Ellis Davis, Rhys Williams, Rodri Rees, Ellis Jones, Dion James, and finally Gito Bishop to see it off for Bro Myrddin.
Yeah, it's East against West, isn't it? Dwyrain yn erbyn y Gorllewin. The school of Aaron Ramsey against the school of Ken Owens.
Which one would you rather see?
Well, Aaron Ramsey was apparently a fine rugby player back in his school days. Mi oedd Aaron Ramsey yn chwip o chwarae rygbi nôl i yn ei ddyddiau yng Rhymni ochr ar coed duo na. Dwi'n meddwl allan Ken Owens gymaint o chwarae pêl-droed ac oedd Aaron Ramsey chwarae'r rygbi yn i'w. Ond dwy ysgol arbennig o dda fydd yn mynd amdani heno yma. A dwi'n gwybod fydd cefnogaeth brwd yn gwylio ni ar wefan a sianel YouTube Undeb Rugby Cymru. A hefyd mae yna dorf digon iachus wedi dod i'r stadiwm i ddilyn y bechgyn.
Da ni'n gweld baneri Ysgol Bro Myrddin yn hongian dros y goleuadau sy'n mynd i ffwrdd yma yn stadiwm y Principality. Yr un math o oleuadau ar ddiwrnod rhyngwladol pan da ni'n gweld tîm Cymru yn camu i'r llwyfan. Wel, da ni bron a gweld y ddau dîm yma yn camu ymlaen i'r cae yn y Principality. Rhymni a Bro Myrddin. Da ni ar fin gweld y chwaraewyr yn camu i'r ffai, yn barod amdani pwy fydd pencampwr y pencampwyr sgwn i. Both sides coming onto the field then, ready for the champion of champions match between Rhymni and Bro Myrddin. And both sides, I'm sure there'll be plenty of nerves for Rhymni. Bro Myrddin, 9 of these players played here previously, as mentioned. So it'll be interesting to see if that experience shines through today. We're ready to go here then in the Road to Principality series, as we're about to see Rhymni get us underway. The ball straight into Siwr Potter's hands as Myrddin look to send it downfield early doors.
Yeah, a long and on kick does find the grass, not taken cleanly by. I think it was Will Thomas, maybe the number 8, hanging back there to carry it forward. But as I mentioned, Griff, Myrddin have been here before in the Vase final, victorious that day against Brody Never, and that experience is worthwhile. It's a big stadium, big wide field, and you'll definitely hold them in good stead. There's guaranteed to be some nerves jangling coming down that tunnel with the light show.
Yeah, absolutely. Both sides will certainly be feeling the nerves. However, we see a beautiful move from Myrddin. Plenty of space in front of the centre, and it's going to be Gyfun Evans under the sticks for Myrddin. And they've exploded here in the Principality in the opening moments of the game. They're ahead, and the supporters from their school are absolutely loving that score.
All too easy. Rhymni just rushed up in defence, slightly dog-legged, and a lovely angle by Gyfun Evans, just short on the shoulder, into the gap, and without any opposition at all, gets underneath the sticks, and Myrddin have made a statement early on. Wnaethon ni gysodiad yn gynnar cais. O fewn y munudau cynta, we spoke about nerves, ni siarad am nyrfa, well that's settled it.
Mae'n rhaid deud gwaith hyfryd gan Dylan Davies yn gosod Gyfun Evans yn brydferth, a'r trosiad yn gywir hefyd I Ysgol Myrddin. Nhw sy'n ar y blaen o 7 pwynt I ddim. It's Myrddin 7, Rhymni 0.
Yeah, for a side Rhymni who haven't been here before, as a group of players, that'll be a shock to their system. But if you're going to concede, it's better to concede early. Plenty of time to fight back, of course.
Good restart from Rhymni as we see Rhyddian Jones gather that restart. Joseph Woolley organising the pack. And Toby Cribb with a carry for Rhymni this time. The ball is out. Good tackle from Siwr Potter.
Yeah, a bit of space at that short side. Mishandling by the tight head prop.
Oh, fantastic feet from Rhyddian Jones, and the ball finds its way out towards that far side. Keeping the ball alive once again. Rhymni keen to play with the ball in hand. As we see Myrddin make a mess of that ruck. However, the referee does blow up here.
Yeah, gone quickly. Wondering if that's the wise decision. Forwards are there to help out though.
Breaking through the line.
Again, they're getting over that gain line and stripped in the tackle.
Yeah, good work from Myrddin on the back foot. Gwion Williams, I believe, stealing the ball. Penalty against Rhymni. Myrddin will relieve the pressure here.
Yeah, Rhymni slightly over-eager at the breakdown to try and regain possession. Committing numbers in, but coming in from an offside position. But it'll be good for Rhymni. First possession, and they really put Myrddin in a bit of defensive pressure. Just had offload in the tackle, intercepted and stripped away.
Yeah, and a good punt downfield from Thomas Lewis, captain for Myrddin. Played here last year, played as full-back, and he won the Go.Compare player of the match on that day. Certainly he'll be looking for a similar output today as he visits the stadium for the second time.
Good defence by Rhymni at the line out. Disrupting again. Ben Brown, the one in that white scrum cap making a nuisance. And they've forced another penalty.
Yeah, massive tackle coming in as well from Toby Cribb in that red scrum cap. The big front rower making his presence known in the opening 10 minutes of this contest. Wow, why did I struggle with that? It is cold.
It is cold.
It is cold, Os.
It's gone straight to my brain anyway. But great position now for Rhymni in striking distance of that try line.
Dylan Greening, his first chance to throw in the red zone, and it was Will Thomas, the captain for Rhymni, at the highest point of that line out.
Yeah, it wasn't the slickest line out, but they've got possession, and they've got that rolling wall starting to function.
Myrddin are trying to be an absolute nuisance in there. Couple of purple shirts.
Yeah, gone down naturally according to the referee.
Eyes off the ball from Max Marshall in the centre. Rhymni hold on to the ball.
Yeah, I think that is the nerves on show. Just a bit of pressure. Need to settle into the game. Just go through the phases.
Will Thomas, the captain, managing to offload that as well. Fair play to the young number 8. Ball out with Cribb. Cribb, lovely hands from the prop. Breaking through the line this time is Ashman. Ashman, tries to get it out to Marshall.
One more phase here. It has to be a try. Penalty advantage.
Yeah, and Cribb trying to take it on himself, but we'll go back for the advantage. Penalty in front of the sticks. I wonder what will be going through. Oh, they've gone quickly. Will be coming back. Dylan Cole, eager to get on with things. However, it's a good spot to go for the sticks. Cole sidesteps, inches short. Patience here.
Myrddin have a numbered up.
Oh, it goes
Should
for the
space somewhere.
Goes for the show and go, and going himself doesn't quite come through that time for Rhymni. Lundegren stretching.
It's a sustained period of pressure, isn't it? Is that door going to break?
Going back the way it came. One more to go. Try for Rhymni, and it seems like it is the skipper, Will Thomas, who gets over the line for Ysgol Gyfun Rhymni. Mae Rhymni ar y bwrdd ar capten Will Thomas yn sgorio'r cais yna I Rhymni. Bydd y gic yma'n un I fynd nôl yn gyfartal, ond y stori Will Thomas yn croesi.
Yeah, it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? Rhymni going through the phases, winning the gain line battle. Mater amser dde am fod nes bod Rhymni yn rhwygro drwy'r amddiffyn yn ennill y frwydr gorfforol ar yr llinell fantais. And Will Thomas, after that early mistake, early knock-on, which more or less led to the platform for Myrddin's try, makes amends and gets on the scoreboard himself. It's a good nudge towards the posts, but not successful.
Yeah, you could hear from the Myrddin supporters that as they cheered, that one going just wide from Rhymni. Rhymni 5, Myrddin 7. A good start here in the Principality as we see West take on East. There is the West with that penalty. Myrddin will look to go to the corner from the boot of their captain, Thomas Lewis here, I'm certain.
Yeah, Myrddin, of course, with the proud rugby pedigree. We mentioned Ken Owens as a former player. Ale Thomas, the fly half, Rugby 7's World Cup winner. Also a student. Who else? Scarlett's hooker, Wales hooker.
Ken Owens?
No, current.
Another current, Ryan Elias.
That's one as well.
Stay tuned for more quiz questions from O's throughout this evening.
I only ask questions I know the answer to.
In the middle of that, Myrddin don't quite manage to sort out that line out. They tried to go for the front of the line move and get the ball back to Thomas Axford. Didn't quite come off that time for Myrddin. Rhymni this time.
Good line out, under pressure. 2 pods going up by Myrddin, trying to force an error.
But the ball pops out there as we see Rhymni forced to spin out of that driving maul. We see another nudge downfield from Rhymni. Myrddin, counter-attack opportunity here.
Bit of space as well. Under pressure, good pace. Out the back door. Bit loose maybe.
Yeah, must be said, early doors, Rhys Jones playing in the full-back position for Myrddin. Looks a handful, looks pretty nippy and agile. And well, I'm sure we're going to see him get the ball in hands a few more times in this game. However, Rhymni that time managed to steal the ball and win themselves a penalty as they come back downfield.
Yeah, Rhymni growing into this game, aren't they, after that early try they conceded. Shorten the line out. It's going to be a 4-man. Just waiting for Dylan Greening to replace his scrum cap. So there's a pod in midfield. Waiting for the ball.
Another good line from Rhymni's hooker Greening.
Yeah, using Toby Cribb again. He's obviously a key carrier for him. As is Will Thomas.
Yeah, those seem to be the two influential forwards for Rhymni in the early exchanges.
Good counter by Myrddin, targeting. They've won it as well. Turned the ball over. Could be penalty. I'd say that's an interesting decision by the referee, to say the least.
Well, it looked as if Ben Brown had found himself.
Was he giving it to Myrddin? Which I agree, I thought he was giving it to Rhymni to begin with.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess on the ground. However, Myrddin will have an opportunity here to throw an attack of their own, and as I mentioned, their fullback Rhys Jones, he's tucked in the line somewhere, awaiting this one. However, oh, what a nudge from Thomas Lewis. The bounce of the ball isn't quite favourable for the young 10, but he's made so much metres there.
Even though he hasn't found touch maybe for the 50-20, that's an absolute beauty of a kick. Putting Rhymni under all sorts of pressure, and the penalty to go with it. Absolute perler.
Brilliant from Thomas Lewis, captain for Ysgol, Gyfun Myrddin. And Lewis has put them on the 5-metre line pretty much as well. They'll have to, well, make right for how they messed it up earlier. I'm sure they won't be trying to go with a front of the line-out move again, something more traditional this time.
6 in the line with Griff Owen standing off. Oh, there's some space. He's peeled off.
Oh, almost there for Myrddin, stretching, reaching, try for Myrddin. And it's elation for Myrddin once again as they extend their lead. 7 points ahead once again, Myrddin. And it is Daniel Evans with that try. The prop wriggling through, just about squeezing the ball over the whitewash. Myrddin are ahead by 7.
Well, that's the way to react to some pressure from the rolling maul. That's never going to go away from the front row club, is it? Usually we see the hooker celebrate with the spoils, but this time Daniel Evans, the tight head prop, gets one to remember. Conversion is good.
Yeah, Lewis doesn't miss many kicks, which could be crucial come the end of the game. Rhymni 5, Myrddin 14. Myrddin ar y blaen. Ac ar ôl y cais hyfryd yna gan Daniel Evans y prop yn troi a throelli ac yn llwyddo i groesi'r gwyngalch. Myrddin, maen nhw yn dangos I talent nhw, yn dangos I safon nhw yma yn y Principality.
For the second restart, Rhymni have got it from the kick-off. Dylan Cole getting up there quicker than anybody. Rhymni looking to react under pressure. Nearly stripped away.
Show and go as we see Iestyn Ashman find some trouble. Once again, Toby Cribb.
Good carry. Bounces off the first one, his opposite number. Josh Cram bounced off. Oh, regathered.
Oh, a lovely offload just over the top, finding Harry Price, who's, well, as a tight head prop in a bit of an unfamiliar place on the left-hand side.
So was Ashman, the fly half. He's in there doing some hard graft amongst the forwards. They get the penalty. Rhymni losing shape. So I think they'll be satisfied with that result. A chance to prod this one into the corner. Last time they visited the 22, they came away with a score. So some more accuracy. Not being greedy either by trying to pinch too much yards.
A good opportunity here then for Ysgol Gyfun cum Rhymni to try and put some more points on the board. Vital that they get the next score, you feel, as we see this driving maul get set. Greening at the back, hands on the hooker.
They're making some inroads.
Here he comes,
Nearly
peeling
there.
up. Yeah, a little bit isolated as well, it must be said. Greening needed an extra pair of hands as support. Oh, lovely ball into the winger. Rhyddian Jones.
Beauty of a pass.
Finding the try line.
A flat miss pass. So simple, but into space. But as you've seen, Rhyddian Jones, he's got a quick pair of feet. Didn't really need to use them. He was put into space just enough to get over into that left-hand corner.
Yeah, as you mentioned, that beautiful flat pass, nice and low as well, finding Rhyddian Jones. It's got to be said, Joseph Woolley, the scrum half for cum Rhymni, should take all the credit for the creation of that try. Another testing kick coming up for cum Rhymni, but they're back within striking distance.
Not the right side for Cavan Phillips either, left-footed. If you want to remember if he nails it over. Yeah, he's hooked that one. Trying to get plenty of weight behind the ball. Ond dyna ni, y trosiad wedi fethu, Cwm Rhymni am yr ail dro wedi ymateb I ceisio Bro Myrddin. Ond y ddau drosiad yna gan Bro Myrddin ydy'r gwahaniaeth ar hyn o bryd.
Yeah, Ysgol Bro Myrddin wedi dechrau yn wella, fel nes I sôn, y trosiad yna, maen nhw'n mynd I fod yn holl bwysig pan ddaw y chwiban ola, ac ar hyn o bryd Thomas Lewis sy'n ennill y frwydr gicio gyda Cavan Phillips. Cwm Rhymni trying to create something from deep within their own half.
Lack of control on the deck, spilt out the side. They've reacted well.
A little miss pass as we see a little bit of space open up here for Rhyddian Jones. Jones went for the chip over the top. This works regardless. An offload and the ball's gone forward off the hands of Max Marshall. Almost there for Cwm Rhymni to hit straight back with another try. Nice flash from Rhyddian Jones. We see the sort of danger he possesses, and in them lime green boots you've got to be pretty decent.
Well, we can see the danger men standing out already, can't we? They're trying to get Rhyddian Jones on the ball as quick as they can and into space. And as you say, you've got to have some confidence to buy a pair of flashy boots. Going to get some stick off your mates at school for that. But Bro Myrddin survived the scare.
Huge scrum from Cwm Rhymni. Lewis, I think he tried to slice that. He saw the space.
Tried a little tricky one, didn't he? That's a decent kick. Finds a bit of territory. Pinning Myrddin.
Oh, they've gone quickly. Yes. Thomas Lewis.
Played on, and his space as well. We've seen Jones, he's got pace.
Good kick.
Intelligent kick downfield. Down that 15 channel. Under pressure. Gone backwards. Play goes on.
Into the corner. Little grubber for Myrddin. Try scored, probably against the run of play in the last few moments, as we saw Myrddin being pegged back by Rhymni. But as it turns out, Myrddin putting a couple of kicks downfield themselves, creating the space and capitalising on that error from Rhymni.
That's a sucker punch, isn't it, for Rhymni, in control of that situation, really. But just the bobble of a rugby ball under pressure, fumble backwards, and then Harry Wigglesworth pokes it through and dots down. Ball just staying alive. Y bel yn aros y fyw. Ac dyna dyfal barhad Harry Wigglesworth ddim yn rhoi y ffidil yn y to. A trydydd cais Myrddin. Yn ail ymestyn y fantais na. Tro hyn heibio'r 7 pwynt. Yn y bendant dyma fydd cic anodda. Thomas Lewis o bell ffordd.
Lewis. Oh, the crowd like it. And the ARs like it as well. Thomas Lewis, another beautiful kick from the far touchline. Myrddin 11 points ahead by now. Myrddin ar y blaen o 11 pwynt ar cais yna gan Harry Wigglesworth yn y gornel. Yn dangos ei sgiliau pêl-droed o i gyrraedd y gornel. A Lewis unwaith eto yn hyfryd i ffwrdd o'r tŷ.
Again, it's another restart. Rhymni have won. This time it was, I think it was Max Lundgren up there first, the open side flanker. Now then, Myrddin have reacted each time they've conceded. They'll need to do for a third time before this scoreboard starts running away. You know they've got plenty of strength up front. They do win that gain line battle. Thomas does well, spins out a couple. There's space and the numbers on the left.
Show and go from Ashman. However, Ashman finds some trouble there with Ellis Jones taking him to ground. Cribb this time bouncing off another defender. The influential prop once again in the middle of things out there. Straightening up, Cavan Phillips. And the ball is ripped by Myrddin. An excellent defence from Myrddin. Ball back to Lewis. Lewis downfield, relieving a lot of pressure on Myrddin's back line.
Oh, Padakali for half a second, gets the offload.
Oh, not finding much space there in the... There's a lot of space on this near side.
Yeah, but they're playing a bit of hot potato at the moment. Got to just keep their heads. Don't need to throw the 50-50s all the time.
Penalty, Rhymni. And a chance to put this downfield towards the corner.
Yeah, Rhymni showing signs of impatience at times. They just don't need to be throwing all those passes. You know, keep it under the shoulder, take the contact, reset, go again. It's as if they're trying to bust a hole every time they have possession. We have caused trouble in the line out.
Greening almost finding Will Thomas. That'll hurt the Rhymni coaching team and the players out there. Another opportunity quite literally slipping out of their hands, but it's another penalty.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was 4. He thought he may have come back for the knock-on unless it's some piece of foul play.
No messing. Toby Cribb. He's going to run straight and hard.
No messing.
Evades one tackle and they're on the 5-metre line. Ball out this time with Bishop.
Quick ball, it's there on a plate.
Ashman with the ball to Phillips. Phillips to Reynolds. Reynolds back inside. Reynolds trying to find some space. Sidesteps on, sidesteps again, running out the door. Oh, fantastic play here from Rhymni. And it is Toby Cribb to dot it down for Rhymni. Finn Reynolds creating that opportunity, running all the way from near enough on this left touchline across, well, the face of the sticks, out the back door, another couple of passes. Toby Cribb puts Rhymni right back in the game.
Yeah, and if one person does deserve a try, it is Toby Cribb. The loose head prop for Rhymni. He has been a willing ball carrier in this opening 25 minutes. Maybe didn't have to work as hard as usual to get over that line. Thanks to the work of those nifty, nippy backline players, weaving, bobbing, elusive, like a slippery eel. Rhymni for the 3rd time reply. He needs to start ticking these kicks over if they are going to get a little bit closer.
Phillips. Big boot and between the sticks. He's found his range by now. A confident strike there from Phillips. 4 points separating Rhymni and Bro Myrddin. 4 pwynt sydd ynddi rhwng Rhymni a Bro Myrddin. Dim llawer I fynd yn yr hanner gyntaf yma. Rhymni nôl yn y gêm.
Gwledd y rygbi, 27 munud ar y cloc, 6 ais wedi bod.
Tafliad I Rhymni. Throw in for Rhymni. It hasn't quite been a well-oiled working machine for them so far in this game. They've lost 3 or 4 by now. As we see Bro Myrddin take possession once again. And once the ball is with the likes of Lewis.
Yeah, a few appeals for crossing. Still space on the left-hand side. Stepping back in, good strength by Max Marshall. Still going the outside centre.
Great work, as we see an overload here, 3 on 2, ball out wide to Rhyddion Jones, Jones for the corner, Jones is going to score for Rhymni. Rhymni ahead for the first time in this game. And as we mentioned, those danger players in the back line, in the back 3 for Rhymni. And it is Rhyddion Jones crossing for Rhymni.
His second try. There was no doubt, was there? Once he got the ball in those hands of his. Plenty of pace. Tackles flying in. But barely a hand laid on the flyer. Underneath the sticks, more or less. Making the kick as easy as possible. But Rhymni, 4 tries ahead for the first time. Not much between these sides.
Not quite correct that time for Cavan Phillips.
Yeah, pulls it again. Striking across the ball, not through it.
Looked like he was appealing to the ref for some crowd noise. I guess that's the difference here in the Principality. Any small whistles or jeers from the crowd, it does echo around this bowl like nowhere else.
Another penalty given. Momentum feels that it's definitely on the side of Rhymni at the moment. After the early score from Gyfun Evans. Rhymni have grown and grown into this one. And are getting a bigger share of possession and territory. That's a decent nudge downfield.
Yeah, Cavan Phillips with that lovely kick downfield. However, it's another throw for Rhymni. This time, certainly, they'll be looking for a well-organised move, and it does find the hands of Will Thomas. Ashman into Crib. Myrddin trying to compete on the floor. Marshall squaring up his defender, beating his defender, beating another as well, is Max Marshall. Ball out to Jake Bishop this time for Rhymni. As we see Woolley down this near side. Good tackle, lovely offload back inside to the scrum half by Rhyddian Jones. Those two clearly have a good connection, both on the same wavelength all the time.
Rhymni have got a lot of width in their fence, maybe too wide if something. A few big holes in midfield.
Straightening up, Greening. Doesn't quite beat the man this time. Rhymni to Bishop, Bishop to Ashman. Ashman taken to ground.
Yeah, getting isolated. Turned over. Good work by the Myrddin pack.
Yeah, it looked like it might have been Shaw Potter, the second rower for Myrddin, doing the hard graft in that ruck, grabbing the ball back for his team.
Yeah, Myrddin happy enough to get that one off the park. Trying to regroup. Seems like they're starting to lose control a bit of this contest. May need to get into the sheds to regroup. Don't want to concede again before the half-time whistle.
A well set maul here for Rhymni. However, creating absolute carnage in there. I can't quite see what numbers on the back of this Myrddin player. I think it's Shaw Potter. Yeah, fantastic work there, climbing all the way through, still on the ground. It's in fact Griffith Ellis-Jones doing the dirty work for Myrddin, and that is huge for Myrddin just before half-time.
Yeah, brilliant work. Somebody needs an enforcer in that pack, and Griffith Ellis-Jones doing the job. As I'm sure Rhymni, from their previous lineouts when they've got that rolling maul working, they've caused a few problems. But it's another opportunity to get this ball downfield for the boys from Carmarthen.
Lewis looping up high. Looked like a bit of a mixture of territory and putting the ball up to be competed for by the left-hand winger. I believe it was Wrigglesworth again.
Yeah, it's a big kick, but because he's going against the grain almost, kind of to the far touchline, had to be a big kick just to get there. Let alone ask for distance downfield.
Didn't look straight from Greening. It will be Myrddin to feed into this scrum. Myrddin fydd yn bwydo mewn i'r scrum yma, ond Rhymni sydd ar y blaen o 22 pwynt i 21 ar hyn o bryd. Yma yn y Principality, ac ar ôl i Myrddin ddechrau mor addawol, 4 cais i Rhymni wedi rhoi nhw ar y blaen gyda chydig i fynd cyn yr egwyl.
Yeah, it's just a slight error from the referee. Penalty went one way, then the other. And we're into the final couple of minutes of this first half. Couple of minutes down weddill o'r hanner cynta yma. Rhymni Efo cyfle, illa i mosod unwaith eto. A final opportunity maybe to launch an attack for Rhymni. That's it. A healthy kick into the 22. Again, within touching distance of that try line, about 10 metres away. That's another malfunctioning line out. Not the first by Rhymni, but that's a wayward kick.
Yeah, Lewis not quite catching that one as he would have wanted. Finn Reynolds squaring up this time for Rhymni. Myrddin relieved to have got rid of the ball outside their 22. They'll feel a little bit oh, what a rip on the ground. The jackal executed perfectly twice. Now Rhymni have
back.
They've got the ball back. Oh, lovely show and go from Ashman. Ashman into Phillips. Phillips nailed by Lewis.
And penalty conceded. Such a big moment in the first half for Myrddin. They've been on the ropes, but they survived that late onslaught.
Rhys Jones says enough is enough for Ysgol Myrddin. Rhymni have come from behind at half-time. They lead by a point against Ysgol Gyfun Myrddin. Hanner amser yma yn y Principality ac ar ôl dechrau gwych gan Myrddin. Ysgol Gyfun Rhymni sydd ar y blaen o 22 pwynt i 21 yn erbyn Myrddin. Ar ail hanner dal i ddod yma yn y Principality. Second half still to come between Rhymni and Ysgol Myrddin. There's another game coming later on for you as well in the Dewar Shield, as we see the Cardiff schools take on Pontypridd schools later on in the final of the Dewar Shield. But as it stands in the schools' champion of champions match between Rhymni and Myrddin, it's Rhymni ahead. Croeso nôl i'r Principality i rownd derfynol. Wel, i ddarganfod pwy fydd pencampwr pencampwyr heddiw yma rhwng Ysgol Gyfun Cwm Rhymni a Ysgol Gyfun Gymraeg Bro Myrddin. A Cwm Rhymni sy ar y blaen ar yr hanner. Welcome back to the road to Principality final. As we see who will be the champion of champions in the under-18 schools division. Cwm Rhymni ahead at half-time, 22 points to 21 against Ysgol Gyfun Gymraeg Bro Myrddin. And after Bro Myrddin started so well, Cwm Rhymni have come back right into this game. Owain Gwynedd is with me. Owain, how was that first half?
It was a good, evenly balanced contest. But as we got further into the game, Cwm Rhymni growing in confidence, scoring 4 tries and all after being behind, especially after that early sucker punch by Bro Myrddin to score in the opening couple of minutes. But it's an evenly balanced contest, as the scoreboard suggests.
Good start to the second half from Max Marshall, who was certainly a spark in the back line of the Cwm Rhymni lineup. As we see Finn Reynolds straightening up straight into a couple of big Bro Myrddin forwards. Woolley into Phillips, Phillips to Toby Cribb. Certainly an influential loose head for Cwm Rhymni. Griffith Ellis-Jones doing well to take down Cavan Phillips there. As we see, there's an injury in the midfield for Bro Myrddin. There'll be a man down defending this attack from Cwm Rhymni.
Yeah, Gwyn Evans, the early try scorer, holding his shoulder. He's struggling a bit in midfield, back on his feet. Cwm Rhymni with possession and the penalty.
They'll slow the game down here. Cwm Rhymni, as I'm sure we'll likely see a substitution here for Bro Myrddin.
Yeah, it looks like Gwyn Evans' day is over, unfortunately. Scored after 2 minutes. I think they're going to take that penalty again from a Cwm Rhymni perspective, fortunately, as they mistouch. I think the referee just making sure that all the substitutes are made correctly. Rodri Rees is on and then off again.
And now there needs to be some communication between the Bro Myrddin bench and the officials here.
Yeah, so they're down to 14 men for the time being. Rodri Rees appealing with those on the sidelines to let him on. But Cwm Rhymni will come with all their might.
Well, this could be pivotal here for Bro Myrddin, having to defend this phase with, well, 1 player less than Cwm Rhymni. They're down to 14. Cwm Rhymni are streaking forward. And it is Cavan Phillips with a big carry. Out wide it goes. Cutting back inside, Jones offloading to Cole. Cole dotting in the corner. But the touch judge line is up. The flag is up. It's not going to be a try, but good effort, it must be said, from Cole.
Great effort by Cole, but Rhyddian Jones again, the architect. His dancing feet drawing in 2 defenders. Gets a beauty of an offload in from the back of the hand, allowing Cole to dash for that right-hand corner. But some good scramble defence by Cwm Rhymni saves the day. As that last Rodri Rees trots on. Bro Myrddin back to their full complement. Going safe to the front of the line as well. And they get the penalty.
Good chance here for Bro Myrddin to put the ball downfield from Thomas Lewis. They've been giving away numerous penalties, but well, in the end of the first half and the start of this second half.
But that's a needless penalty. You've got to line out in a great position. You haven't got the ball, but you sort of pin the team back in their own 22, make them force a difficult exit, and they've given the simplest of exit, a penalty and possession. Five-man line out, back row is in midfield. It's a bit scrappy once again, but there's some space on this blind side for Johan Thomas.
Evans with the ball into Ellis Jones. As we see Sean Porter try to seal the ball, creating havoc in there though. Dylan Taylor-Wood. Lewis again goes to the boot, and it is collected by Rhyddian Jones. Lovely tackle, however, from Myrddin's fullback Rhys Jones. They're trying to slow this ball down, but it's straight to Cribb again, the big man, towering.
Rhymni have numbers here if they can work it. Most of them forwards, taking it up the jumper, but they did have an edge.
Kick selected by Cavan Phillips, and he's going to be bitterly disappointed with that.
Yeah, he hasn't had the greatest day with the kicking boots, has he? Missed numerous attempts towards the post, towards the upright, and that was sliding off the outside of the boot.
Yeah, and the boot's going to be crucial by the end of this game, as so far Thomas Lewis has been perfect off the tee. Cavan Phillips only putting one between the posts. Cribb carrying from deep, as we see Rhymni with the ball deep in their own half. They'll look to play though.
Yeah, Rhymni again not numbering up correctly. Space on the wide flanks. Well gathered off the deck.
Myrddin look to counter-attack here. Show and go. Ball needs to... Oh, it goes out the back door. But that has gone miles forward from Rhys Jones. The right intention, not quite executed.
Yeah, when we see a broken field, a broken defence, Myrddin do have some pacey runners in their back three, but not maybe playing with their heads up and using the ball to do the hard work, trying to run across field. No score so far in this second half. Rhymni still ahead by that single point. But Myrddin, they need to number up correctly in defence. You know, they're deep here again. They're 10 metres back, finally coming forward. Almost inviting pressure onto themselves.
Myrddin putting on a big shove there in the scrum, as they're desperate to get hands back on the ball here. Patience will be key in this second half for Myrddin. They've got to be disciplined when they have possession of the ball. And Rhymni, all they need to do is carry on where they left off in the first half with the ball. Rhyddian Jones again, one-on-one. This time it was Rhys Jones getting the better of Rhyddian Jones.
Again, Rhymni controlling possession. Changing direction. Oh, good tackle.
Big tackle as well. I believe it was Griff Owen. They've gone back down the same way. Rhyddian Jones.
A good variation by Rhymni. Happy to prob and pro, change direction, mix it up a bit. But Rhymni losing it on the deck. Myrddin regaining possession.
Yeah, starting to see tempers fly a little bit here, as we saw Rhyddian Jones with one of the Myrddin players holding each other off the ball there, and a couple of pushes after the whistle, which is always good to see in a final of this magnitude. Champion of champions, these teams representing their school playing with their schoolmates. Certainly a day for both sides to be extremely proud of. A couple of changes being made by Rhymni. We see, well, two influential players leaving the field, Greening and Ashman off the pitch. So a few fresh legs on the field for Rhymni. Lovely break through the gap from Thomas Lewis. Lewis one to beat. Offload straight into Rodri Rees this time. There's numbers on this near side.
Oh, they've gone right. Short on numbers there. Should have gone left. But Myrddin finally sparked to life. Cram.
Bit of gas from the prop. Trying to go all the way around the far side. This time Ellis Jones eating meters. Lewis. The ball into the vice-captain, Griff Owen.
Again, it's got to come left.
Big opportunity here, however, for Myrddin. Gwion Williams into Griff Ellis Jones.
Yeah, seems a long time since they've been down here with a sustained series of attacks. Oh, one more thrust.
A stretch from the number 8, Griff Owen. Myrddin building pressure. A couple of phases and the gap opened up for the number 8, Griff Owen. And this is on a plate for Thomas Lewis for the conversion as well. Myrddin back ahead. First goal this second half goes to the West.
Yeah, sgôr bwysig, sgôr fawr. Mae'n teimlo'n fel cyfnod hir es ni weld Myrddin yn pwyso am gyfnod hir. Ac o'r diwedd, y bechgyn o Gaerfyrddin yn adennill y fantais ar y sgorfwrdd. Ar y bod ar y blaen am rhan helaeth yr hanner cynta na. Y trosiad yn gywir, y fantais yn 6. 6 points, the margin once again, with a successful conversion by Thomas Lewis, the captain. And Rhymni behind for the second time. So I have to muster up a reply once more.
Myrddin gather the restart. But the kick from Thomas Lewis charged down, but it's gone, well, backwards, according to the referee of Harry Price. So Rhymni have the ball in Myrddin half as we see Cribb straighten up. Oh, he is charging.
He's a monster. He's a monster let loose on the Principality.
Quick off the mark was the replacement, Thomas Charles for Myrddin. As the ball's out with Bishop. Well, in fact, it's Charles again. The replacement lock for Myrddin. The ball is out this time, though, for Rhymni. Cavan Phillips into the 22.
Good strength by the centre. And again, Rhymni showing plenty of character. Going behind hasn't fazed them at all, be it in the first half or this in the second.
Big offload, but it is intercepted by Shaw Porter. The ref blows up. He was playing advantage for Rhymni. This is right in front of the sticks. Big decision for the leaders of this Rhymni side.
Yeah, 6 points the gap. You'd like to think it's an easy 3 points, but Cavan Phillips hasn't been all too accurate with his kicking boots, so they've opted for the scrum with options left and right. I wouldn't be surprised if they go lefty and try and get into the hands of Rhyddian Jones quite early. But first things first, they need to secure possession from this set piece.
Thomas beats one. Thomas out the back door. Lovely offload. Space here on this near side. Max Marshall into the corner. Rhymni, their 5th try of the game. And it is Max Marshall who has certainly been an influence on this Rhymni side, creating from everywhere. He's got his well-deserved try. Cais I Rhymni, Max Marshall yn y gornel. Rhymni, pwynt ar ei ôl i.
Ie, eto. Rhymni yn dangos bod nhw'n cael ei ffeithio fod ar ei holi ar y sgorfwr. Dim panig o gwbl yn meddwl i'r bechgyn. Just yr anffel mewn ffordd oherwydd y Cais wedi bod allan yn llydan. Yn gorfodi Cafan Phillips i fynd o bell. Tydi'r ciciau bod yn gywir pob parch i'r canolwr. Mae'r rhai o'r ciciau wedi bod o allan yn llydan. It's another tough one for the left footer from out wide. Strikes it well. Across the face of the posts.
Yeah, not quite there, is it, today for Cafan Phillips off the tee. Certainly been influential in the loose, but off the tee today, not quite his day so far. So, Myrddin still ahead, 28 points to 27 against Rhymni. It's fair to say it's been a bit of a try-fest here in the Principality. Oh, what an absolutely huge shot from Thomas Charles in the restart. However, there's space for Rhymni. Liam Lawler, the replacement. The pass out wide to Rhyddian Jones. Acres of space. No one's going to stop the winger from there. Right under the sticks for the winger. Rhymni strike twice in a minute. And they're ahead.
And that's a hat-trick for the winger. He showed he's an absolute speedster. And once he was in a bit of space, there was no stopping him. Got a bit of cramp. 2 boots. But again, Rhymni reply. They're back ahead. And it's all now on Myrddin to see if they can have a spirit in their character to re-galvanise and regroup and go again. With about 15 minutes or so on the clock, there's still time. No need to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, Rhymni have swapped their kicker for that one. The simplest one, it must be said. Surprised that Cafan Phillips didn't fancy going for it. However, they are successful. 6 points ahead are Rhymni. Myrddin, they need to muster a comeback. They need another try to get back in this game. Rhymni have possession, and it's a penalty as we see Myrddin illegally steal that ball. It was Griff Owen. Chance here for Phillips to put Rhymni down the field, and Myrddin deep in their own half.
Yeah, 6 tries in all now for Rhymni today. 4 of Myrddin. 10 tries. The feast of rugby. Shorten line for Rhymni. Again, Toby Cribb. Space left. Delayed pass, lovely hands.
Lovely Goosey finds the winger once again. One-on-one. Jones goes for the outside. The option had to be the pass inside, but you can't blame him. He's already got 3.
No, and for Rhymni, they're down in the right area of the field, pinning Myrddin back in their 22. Even though they've lost possession, this is where Cwm Rhymni want to be now. They're in the lead, 6-point margin. It's a healthy lead. Myrddin need a try and a conversion. Nearly stolen by Cwm Rhymni. Myrddin fighting tooth and nail to get that ball back.
It's a penalty to Myrddin. Fortunate.
Yeah, not for the first time. Cwm Rhymni were disappointed with their discipline. Early in the first half, they gave away a penalty in a similar position in the right-hand corner, allowing Myrddin an easy exit, and they've done exactly the same here.
Lewis putting it downfield, and it is just not quite as far as he would have enjoyed to see that one go downfield. However, Myrddin, they've been here before. They've been in the Principality this year already and came away with a victory. Clutching up at the very end, Thomas Lewis with a penalty on that day. They'll still be confident, Myrddin. Cwm Rhymni, on the other hand, well, they are oozing with confidence today.
Yeah, you think if they scored again, that could be enough to seal the win.
Yeah, it seems a cliche, but the next score is vital in this game. Will Thomas, who's always looked to keep those hands free, looking for the offload.
Good presentation on the floor. Again, Myrddin trying to compete, but they can't get their mitts on it. Some space.
Lawler puts the kick in behind, almost bouncing up for the replacement fly half. Rhys Jones appealing to the referee that was potentially a little bit too high. Oh, there's a lot of pressure here on Thomas Lewis. Lewis, lovely hands. Here's some space then for Myrddin. Kick downfield, and the chase is on. Who's going to be first to this? It will be Finn Reynolds. Finn Reynolds round the outside. A counter-attack of his own. He puts a chip in over the top. This game is end-to-end. The ball bounces up to Gyfun Williams, who is floored by Finn Reynolds deep in his own half, and Myrddin are back to where they started.
Unstructured stuff, lovely. This is what we want to see. Teams playing from deep, throwing everything at it. And for a third time, to repeat myself, Cwm Rhymni needlessly giving away penalties deep in an attacking position. About 10 minutes remaining. Myrddin, as we see, having to start to venture to chance their arm.
Yeah, it must be said, after starting so well, Myrddin, Cwm Rhymni have come back into this game magnificently, and 6 tries is not to be frowned upon. They have created them from very deep in their own half, and winger Rhys Jones' hat-trick in this game, certainly a star for the future.
Wesley Myrddin just trying to get downfield, try to get a foothold in that Cwm Rhymni half somehow or other.
Lewis deciding to throw that one over the touchline. He was in his 22, he made sure that he did an exit as he finds touch in the Cwm Rhymni half.
Doedd ddim edrych fel y cic prydfertha yn y byd nag oedd, ond mae digon amser lawr y neb yn rhithro lawr I gorn gwddw I roi pwysau arno fo, felly cic lawr y cae, neu nill y frwydr gicio troi ni Myrddin. Nhw angen y bel, nhw angen rhywfaint o feddiant yn y 20. Ond Cwm Rhymni sy'n ei hawlio hi.
Rhys Jones collects the ball. He looked excellent in the first half, hasn't quite had the same amount of possession in this second. Rhodri Rhys for Myrddin. The ball to Rhys Jones again. Through the hands, Thomas Lewis does well to keep it on the surface. Will Thomas, captain for Rhymni, creating a lot of problems for Bro Myrddin in the breakdown area.
If Bro Myrddin could go wide here, there's half a chance for a second. Changes his mind, looking for the crossfield kick. There is some space, but against the grain, hooks it. Dead does Thomas Lewis. He knows he needs to get that team, guide that team downfield.
Yeah, it's a big question at this phase of the game is, can Bro Myrddin get down to the red zone? Can they enter the 22-1 last time? But at the moment, Rhymni, they are answering all the Bro Myrddin questions. Max Marshall, a little bit isolated, but he somehow wriggles himself free of the first challenge. Cribb showing his hands, not taking them on himself this time. Ball out to Lawler. Thomas back inside to Lawler. Lawler into Harry Price. Champagne rugby here from Rhymni.
Great handling skills at its finest. Couple more phases.
Charlie Hughes in the number 20 shirt, that time carrying for Bro Myrddin. A nudge through.
Yeah, maybe not the wisest of options.
Well, here we go. I'd say it's a glimmer of an opportunity here for Bro Myrddin, as we see Rhys come away with the ball. Rhys beating in another defender, and that looked, well, it's fair to say it was a pretty poor tackle.
Yeah, it was high, but he was falling, wasn't he? Maybe makes it look a bit worse. Potentially penalty only. Assistant referee just taking a step on the field, just to pass on what he's seen.
Yeah, in real time it looked a bad one, but as you said, the player was falling. It's, wow, this is big. This is big. As we see Ben Brown leave the field for Rhymni. Well, the Bro Myrddin supporters are loving that. However, there's not long to go in this game, and Bro Myrddin still need to get downfield. Dim llawer I fynd yma. Oh, Bronny Lewis, gyrraedd y rustlys.
Where's that gone? Still infield, just about to cael ei wirio fewn i'r cae. But it's still alive.
Oh, they need to communicate with each other here. Lewis then taking the whole team on by himself, straightens to the captain, strapping Bro Myrddin hopes on his back.
Numbers left. Simple hands, knocked on.
Knocked on from Bro Myrddin. Here come Rhymni. But the knock on from Bro Myrddin will see the game come to a slight halt here. There can't be much left on the clock here, as we see the referee explain to the front rowers. Due to Rhymni being a player down, we will see the number 8 for Bro Myrddin, Gyfun, step out of the scrum for this one. And Rhymni get their hands on the ball. Chip over the top, bounces favourably for Bro Myrddin. Liam Lawler saw the space and behind. The ball is there for Bro Myrddin. Gyfun. Plenty of bodies here.
Bro Myrddin haven't had much possession, have they, in the Rhymni half in this second period. Nearly losing it, they have lost it. And with less than 7 minutes on the clock, it's not quite last chance saloon, but they need to start piling the pressure on this Rhymni defence, ask questions, See if they'll crack under pressure.
Lewis high, Lewis chasing. Over the ball goes Rhys. Rodri Rhys for Bro Myrddin, and he has jackled that to perfection. Straighting up here, Owen keeping his hands free, but he finds Harry Price, the Rhymni prop. There was an advantage. They will put this into the corner from Thomas Lewis's boot. And there's big moments coming up here for Bro Myrddin. Rhymni still have a player in the bin, Ben Brown. Big few moments here. Lewis disappointed with that. They're just inside the 22.
Yeah, he probably need another 10-15 metres on that one. Too much to ask from his forwards to try and truck this all the way to the try line. They still have to get this first phase correct. They just need to find their man. Accuracy, the key to this Bro Myrddin attack. And that's what's lacking.
Oh, and they've stolen it back straight away. Wow. I believe it was Griffo went on the floor. Lewis.
Poor kick.
Yeah, kick straight down the neck of Finn Reynolds.
It was a poor kick, it was a poor option as well. A dog leg in that Rhymni defence. Should have been exploited.
They've gone short here, Rhymni. To Max Marshall.
He's been impressive, hasn't he, with the ball.
Absolutely.
Powerful carrier. I'm sure we'll be having a discussion about a player of the match. We'll call it an unofficial player of the match award, shall we?
Absolutely, absolutely. But there's plenty of contenders.
Yeah, they are.
For both sides. There's been some excellent performances out there, especially Rhymni coming from behind. Bro Myrddin still looking to create another opportunity. Lewis that time, straightening up this time, Josh Cram. Oh, Rhymni counter-rucking very effectively, and
Harry Price, I think, with the win on the deck.
Couple of players, well, scattered across the floor here. Oh, another steal for Bro Myrddin.
Yeah, a few battered bodies on the ground. They've thrown everything into this Champion of Champions final. And as we close towards the final few minutes, Rhymni have to find something deep within themselves to try and snatch this one from the fire. Rhymni, maybe on the balance of things, deserve to be ahead, but they haven't secured victory just yet.
Yeah, dim llawer I fynd yma rhwng Rhymni a Bro Myrddin. Bro Myrddin yn ysu I fod yn nesau sgorio. Mae angen nhw sgorio os ydyn nhw am gipio'r fuddigoliaeth heddiw yma yn stadiwm y Principality. Rhymni wedi cael cerdyn melyn cwpl funudau yn ôl, felly mae hi dal yn gyfle euraidd ar hyn o bryd I Bro Myrddin gipio cais.
Ie, Bro Myrddin wedi cymryd mantais o'r dyn ychwanegol fel y hoffa nhw. Diolch yn edrych fel ar hyn o bryd na di bod na fylcha. Ond dyma'r cyfle. Dyma. Safle a meddiant. Ond gwallus oedd y tafliad neu'r lein ar achlysur dwytha. Cywirdeb nes I ofyn am y tro dwytha. Accuracy was lacking last time around.
The throw needs to be good. They've gone to the front. Battle. It is a big battle for the ball, and somehow Bro Myrddin still have it. Griff Owen came away with the ball that time. Thomas Charles carrying for Bro Myrddin. Bodies on the line here. Both teams. Rhymni over the ball. Rhymni stolen the ball. Harry Price coming away with it. And it's a boot downfield from Rhyddian Jones.
Hacked away, but it's still danger. Rhys Jones, he'll have some space to run into. Loses his footing.
Isolated was Dylan Davies. Oh, there's plenty of players for Bro Myrddin towards the far touchline if they can only string together a couple of passes.
If they can recycle this one. One more out wide. Oh, flat, maybe forward even.
Here's the space. Rees tackled by Lundergran. But they're back into the 22, Bro Myrddin.
So many tired bodies out there, having to dig deep in defence, Rhymni. They're being tested finally in this second half, late on.
Owen just about keeping his hands on that one. Lewis launches it wide. Here we go. Jones. Oh, just over the touchline. Heroic tackle from Dylan Cole for Rhymni. The Bro Myrddin supporters thought that they managed to squeeze into the corner, but not quite.
No, just running out of space. Maybe need to cut back inside to keep that one alive. The Bro Myrddin, I'm sure they'll throw two pods up here to try to put as much pressure on the throw. It's not over yet for the West Walians. Di'n drosodd eto. Wrth ni weld Rhymni wneud amball i eilydd. Cwys a ffres ar y maes ar gyfer y munudau ola. Fresh legs for the final few minutes.
Bro Myrddin certainly will throw a couple of jumpers up here. The fresh legs straight into the line out. Oh, and they've lost it. And with the ball was Johan Thomas. Now, Bro Myrddin need to be disciplined here. Griff Owen.
Nearly fumbled.
It is thrilling stuff here in the Principality, as we see David Solway almost there for Bro Myrddin. Oh, inches short.
If they go right, there's plenty of space and numbers.
The ball is out. Lewis with a loop. Lewis creating space. And it is there for Thomas Lewis. This man loves the Principality. Player of the match when they visited last, scoring this pivotal score for Bro Myrddin this time, and the kick still to come.
He's going to have to pick himself up, dust himself off, and aim for the posts. But they've survived Bro Myrddin without much possession in the second half. They've stayed in the fight, they've got the score, but it's a one-point game. It's a kick you'd think he should make. But what pressure.
The crowd dead silent as we see Thomas Lewis put it over the post, and that was the last kick of the game. Bro Myrddin have snatched the victory in the last play of the game against Rhymni. What a fantastic game here at the Principality. Bro Myrddin are your champion of champions for this year. Bro Myrddin, maen nhw wedi dod yn ôl o fod ar ei hôl hi. Thomas Lewis yn sgorio cais gyda chwarae ola'r gêm ac yn rhoi y trosiad dros y pist. Wow, am ffordd i orffen chwip o gêm.
Yeah, heartbreak for Rhymni. I'd probably say on the balance of the game, they were probably the strongest side for the majority of the match, but they just couldn't get that one extra score. When they were down in the 22, they could have had put it to bed. They went for the scrum, well, not the post, remember. That 3 points, looking back, could have been enough. But what a game. Am fuddugoliaeth Bro Myrddin yn fuddugol eto yn y Principality. Anhygoel, the aros yn y frwydr, stayed in the battle, and they got that one chance they needed. And Thomas Lewis with the score. And what a score to remember.
Well, it must be said, Thomas Lewis, he was the difference, perfect off the tee. And that try in the final moments of the game, securing the victory for Bro Myrddin. and they will be absolutely bouncing on that bus back to West Wales tonight.
Ie, llongyfarchiadau anferthol i Ysgol Bro Myrddin. Cydymdeimladau gyda Cwm Rhymni. But shall we talk play of the match, standout performers? Plenty of them. If I start with Cwm Rhymni, Toby Cribb in the pack was impressive in the loose early on. Harry Price, especially in the second half, defensively. And in the loose was a standout, Will Thomas, the captain. And a word for Rhyddian Jones, hat-trick.
Not often you score a hat-trick at the Principality and end up on the losing side.
Yeah, I wonder if there's a stat of how many times that's actually happened. Not many, if at all. He's definitely one that stood out. Max Marshall's ever impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And from a Bro Myrddin perspective, we saw, well, Thomas Lewis, it must be said, he was very influential. I was impressed as well by Rhys Jones. He looked exciting every time he got the ball in hand. And both locks today, Griffith Ellis-Jones and Shaw Porter, involved in the breakdown constantly. And Griff Owen, towards the end of the game, showing his stamina, his resilience, still willing to get his hands on the ball. But it must be said...
Yeah, probably we have to give it to Thomas Lewis. You know, he scored a try in the last minute and the conversion to win the game. It's difficult not to award him the player of the match award just for that moment alone. Difficult maybe to not give it to Rhyddian Jones. Not many times you score a hat-trick in any final, not get that individual award. So Thomas Lewis.
Yeah, congratulations Thomas Lewis. Un seren y gêm heddiw yma yn y Principality yn llwyddo I sgorio'r cais holl bwysig yna yn, wel, y chwarae ola y gêm I Bro Myrddin. Fo yn croesi am y cais, fo yn llwyddiannus gyda'r trosiad, 15 pwynt I Lewis, unwaith eto yn y Principality. Mae rai chwaraewyr wedi'w creu ar gyfer y foment fawr, a mae'n rhaid ei, mae Thomas Lewis yn sicr yn un o'r rheini. As we see Cwm Rhymni here line up to get their runners-up medals, and the referees awarded with their medals as well on the far side. But Cwm Rhymni, it must be said, they're going to be very disappointed when they look back at tonight's game. They were in the driving seat for so long in the second half, but just couldn't quite extend that lead beyond the one try and conversion, because that would have been a completely different game if they had managed that. As we see Will Thomas, the skipper, ready to lead his team to gather their medals. And the supporters supporting Ysgol Gyfun Cwm Rhymni in the stands, showing their appreciation for their team's efforts this evening. They look disappointed. It was the very last play of the game. They had the line-out throw as well, couldn't quite secure the ball. Yeah, as we see Rhyddian Jones pick up his medal, he looks very disappointed as he walks away holding his medal in his hand. It must be said, they've had a great season, Cwm Rhymni, beating Bro Myrddin 47-0 in their East final. But in the Champion of Champions fixture here tonight, it is Bro Myrddin who came out on top. Chwarae teg I Cwm Rhymni yn rhoi popeth allan heno ma'n y Principality, ond ddim cweit yn ddigon I selio'r fuddugoliaeth yn y bôn. A dyma Bro Myrddin yn dod I gasglu I medalau nhw. A'r dorf yn dangos I gwerthfawrogiad i'w chwaraewyr nhw.
Ie, fydd y noson I drysori. Will be an evening to treasure for Bro Myrddin. Especially just the manner they won it. Backs against the wall. They were surviving in that second half at times, but a snatch is so late on. And in the manner they did here at the home of Welsh Rugby. It's something this group of players will carry with them for many a year.
And in the back of the line is Thomas Lewis, the captain, the leader, who managed to get his team over the line with that final try and conversion to secure the victory for Bro Myrddin as he puts his medal around his neck with pride. He wanders over to grab the trophy. Few formalities with the pictures, but the champion of champions this year, Ysgol Bro Myrddin, are your under-18 schools champion of champions, beating Rhymni in the final by only a point. What a game it was. Eich pencampwyr o'r pencampwyr eleni yw Ysgol Gyfun Gymraeg Bro Myrddin am yr ail dro y flwyddyn yma. Maen nhw wedi dod i'r Principality a maen nhw wedi cipio'r fuddugoliaeth. Rhymni wedi rhoi brwydr yn y gêm, ond Bro Myrddin a Thomas Lewis, eu captain nhw, yn llwyddo I sicrhau y fuddugoliaeth ar gyfer y gorllewin. Am gêm rhwng y ddau yma. Gêm i'w drysori, 11 cais. A Bro Myrddin fydd yn edrych nôl ar y noson yma mewn blynyddoedd I ddod. Yn teimlo dipyn o falchder yn gwybod na nhw seliodd y fuddugoliaeth. Bro Myrddin victorious then tonight in the Champion of Champions match with Rhymni. And there's still more to come here from the Principality as we get ready for the Dewar Shield final between Pontypridd and Cardiff. That's coming up very shortly, so don't go too far away and tune in for that one with us in a few minutes' time.
Noswaith dda a chroeso cynnes i'r Stadiwm Principality. Hello and a very warm evening to the Principality Stadium. It's time for the Dewar Shield final. Pontypridd schools against Cardiff Central schools in what will be a classic of a match, I'm sure. The oldest school rugby trophy in the world started back in 1904. Cardiff winners on 26 occasions, Pontypridd on 6. And for you who haven't seen the trophy in the past, it's massive. But first up, let's have a look at the team, starting with Pontypridd. The front row, Keelan Harris, Brooklyn Baldwin and Adam Otten. Second row, Samson Philpott and Harry Lewis. On the back row, Ashton Gill, Will Watkins and Alex Ballinger. And the half-backs, Keir McGee, Isaac Manning-Burke. Centre partnership sees the captain, Owen Lewis, son of former Pontypridd and Wales international, Geraint P. Lewis, as I still like to say, and Harrison Richards. And on the wings, Josh Richards, Maxen Berridge and Iestyn Stevens at fullback. And the replacements include Jack Hughes, Evan Baker, Gerwyn Bloxham, Mason Prosser, Regan Gibbons, Alfie Dyer, Jake Barkley and Lucas Williams. And that's the Pontypridd schools team. We'll be taking on Cardiff Central schools. Jake Johnson, Owain Thomas and Kian Stereo, the front row. Captain, Will Thomas, again a son of another famous rugby player, TRT, Thomas Rhys Thomas, former Dragons hooker, and Cardiff if I remember correctly as well. Harry Lewis in the second row, Evan Jenkins, Ali Al-Jazm and Jack Mathiasen in the back row. Luke Driscoll, scrum half, Finlay Britton, fly half. Centres include Josh Grayling and Harry Morris. And the back three, Harry Paul, Ashton Postgate and Rhodri Jones. And replacements, Griff David, Ian Wilkes, Dylan Hughes, Caden Harrigan, Alex Minetz, Lloyd Davis, Max Wilson, Ewan Fenton, Ralph Sydenham and Alfie James. And they're going to be testing us as commentators this evening just by looking at the numbers. So if we do get a name or two wrong, excuse us. But they're not in the traditional rugby shirt numbers. Griff McKee up there here in commentary with myself, Owain Gwynedd, also joined by Chris Ower of the WRU. Evening, how are you?
Good evening, gents. Nice to be back amongst your company again. Looking forward to this one this evening. Stadium looking amazing on this cold winter night.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one, isn't it? Dewar Shield, jam-packed with history, and the guys taken to the pitch tonight will be the latest episode in that chapter in history.
Yeah, exactly. It's a bit of a new created history now. We'll talk a bit later around this competition now being an under-16, moved up a year, based around our emerging player program. Maybe talk about that later on. But yeah, two giants in the history of this competition. Looking forward to this one. A lot of talent on show. Both teams played really well this season. Yeah,
and Griffith, we got something to go by in the previous match where we saw 11 tries in all in the end. We're going to have another clinker of a game that's going to entertain us all.
Yeah, absolutely. The last game we just saw Myrddin against I can't remember the name of the other team.
Rhymni.
What a start. But it was a fantastic game. 11 tries, as you said. It's a cold evening. It's crisp here, but there's no rain. It's nice and dryish down there. There might be a bit of dew on the pitch by now due to it being a later kickoff.
Well, they've watered the pitch as well, which doesn't help.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm sure we're going to see a cracker of a game out there between these two sides. Both sides scoring points for fun this season as well. Yeah,
and the Dewar Shield, it never fails to impress just by the enormity, the size of the trophy of the Shield. Obviously famous recently being part of the repair shop and looking perfect for this evening. Now, as the teams are set in the tunnels, a minute to go until kick-off, as the light show entertains a healthy crowd who have come here to support both local teams, really. Pontypridd just up from the A470, and Cardiff Central Schools, obviously on home territory. And this is what the Road to Principality series is all about. It's about giving experiences. It's about developing the next generation of Welsh rugby players.
Yeah, how cool is this? I'm so envious of these young players to get a run out in this stadium, in this atmosphere, and fair play to our stadium team. Look what they brought now in terms of the light show. New addition here at the stadium.
You're telling me you haven't run out of here on an almost day work just pretending that they're going to play a game of rugby?
Yeah, I come out in my lunch times and score, recreate famous moments.
And here they are, Cardiff and Pontypridd onto the ground of the home of Welsh rugby. It's time for the Dewar Shield. Traditionally an under-15s competition, as Chris mentioned, now under-16s. So many famous players have represented these teams over the years and gone on to make big names and big careers for themselves. And tonight, I'm sure we will see the next generation have their names mentioned for the first time here at the Principality. And it's going to be Cardiff Schools in their traditional blue and black to kick off. A bit of a scuffy on to begin with, as Pontypridd in their traditional Ponty colours, the black and white. Take it early to the powerhouses of schools rugby, and traditionally as well, club rugby. It's a long kick downfield. Teams will decide to feel each other out to begin with. That's a good nudge downfield just to play safe. And Cardiff will get their first possession from this line out. And if you look at the results for both sides to get here, Ponty beating RGC East by 50 points to 14. South Powys 43-7. They beat Cardiff East by 33 points to 0. The only defeat in the road to the Principality was a loss to Rhondda by 20 points to 13. As we see Cardiff bust the first hole in the defence into the 22. Here they come. Some big hits flying in. Little dart back inside, the offload. Cardiff in full flight in the early minutes. Pontypridd trying to steal the ball on the floor. Good support play by the Blue and Blacks. Tesley for the ball. Ponty trying to slow it down. But our players to the left, can they find the left flank? Cutting back in, good strength. Again, Pontypridd have regrouped. Couple of more meters for Cardiff. Arms out by the referee. Penalty advantage. One more drive may be enough. It is enough for the first score. And it's come to number 36, who is number 8, Ali Al Jassim of Llanishen.
What a good start for Cardiff Central. They've been punching holes in the Pontypridd backline, the defence. They found the gaps early doors, and that initial break was key. And then Finlay Britton pulling the strings, and then it's just the power in the end from the number 8, Al Jassim. It's a good start for Cardiff. Pontypridd will need to get some points back on the board as soon as possible.
Yeah, Cardiff be super pleased with that start when they kind of found a weak seam off the tail of that line out and made that line break initially that got them up into the Pontypridd 22, and pretty clinical then, even though Ponty had some good pressure in their defence, still managed to get themselves over with some good discipline keeping the ball.
Conversion's good. Cardiff 7, Pontypridd 0. Perfect start for Cardiff. And under the guise of Cardiff Central, Chris, 3 teams now in the capital city.
Yeah, a really positive decision, I think, by the schools group. You know, obviously being one of the larger schools districts with, I think, 24 schools actually servicing the city of Cardiff. Decision was made collaboratively to go to 3 groups this season, which gives an equal spread of players from across the city to have their opportunity in this pathway, which is good news as well for Cardiff Rugby. You know, to see and view more players and get quality of players through the pathway.
Here come Cardiff again. As I mentioned, Pontypridd's only defeat on the road to the Principality was to Rhymni. He beat Newport in the quarter-finals and Swansea West in the semi-finals. That's a good kick downfield by Cardiff, kept alive by Pontypridd. Tactical kicking game taking place. Some good kicking taken quickly by Cardiff. Here they come once more, Finlay Britton. Pontypridd with the first real piece of possession, deep in their half. They'll probably look to clear the lines. Back deep towards. Here they come. Cardiff not free to run the ball back early on with Maxen Berridge. And turnover on the ground. Good steal.
Yeah, you can see a little bit of pattern here, can you, in the game. Cardiff not wanting Ponty to be able to set their line defence, trying to keep the ball alive, break the picture up a little bit. Ponty there, though, able to get in their defensive shape. Really, really good over the ball there, turning over on that penalty.
I think the kicking game is going to be key in this game as well. We've seen Isaac Burke and also Finlay Britton in this opening exchanges, both of them looking to use the boot early doors. It was actually Finlay Britton who almost got a 50-22, just about kept alive in the end by Isaac Burke. So I think that battle between both tens is going to be absolutely vital.
Brooklyn Baldwin, the hooker, waiting for, just to confuse us even more. Thought he may be jumping for the ball as well. Here they come, Pontypridd. For the first time in the half of Cardiff. That knocked on in the tackle potentially. Deliberate, according to the referee. They'll come back for the penalty. It may be slightly harsh, but Pontypridd will take the decision. Nevertheless, there'll be a chance for Burke. Push Ponty further towards that try line. Now that's a lovely little chip in there as well. And Cardiff being asked to defend for the first time. As we saw in the previous final here tonight, line out and getting it to function is key. Baldwin to the tail, intercepted in the air. Well played by Cardiff, putting pressure in the line, winning the ball. Under pressure, the fly half. Finlay Britton does well, gets it away, and here's the 10-metre line as well. He'll take that, considering the pressure he was under. And if we can cast an eye on the Cardiff results, unbeaten coming into this final, having beaten everybody by in excess of 16 points. So they have been a dominant force on the way to the Principality, beating Vale, Merthyr, Cynon Valley, Cardiff West. They also beat Rhymni in the semi-final, who beat Pontypridd. So maybe on paper, Cardiff come in as favourites. Pontypridd Won't let that faze them.
Yeah, Harry Lewis there with a big strip, the big lock, making his presence known straight away. Big turnover here for Pontypridd. Let's see what they've got to offer.
Numbers on the left. A bit of a show and go by Burke. Head down. Carried by Ashton Gill. Penalty again given away by Cardiff. Chance to chance their arm. Owen Lewis having a go, knocking on the door. Chip over the top by the scrum half, Keir McGee. Couple of penalties now given away, the breakdown by Cardiff.
Sorry, I was just about to say this could be the pattern of what we see today in terms of Pontypridd need to make the most of every small opportunity. As you mentioned, Cardiff might be coming into this as favourites, but Pontypridd, every time they have this opportunity, well, they've gone for the sticks from here, and I think it's a brave call. There might be a slight headwind going left to right as you look across your screen. It shows a lot about the character of Isaac Burke, though. He goes for the tee, and yeah, this is a big kick. But we're better to take on a big kick than at the Principality.
I can ask Chris, how's the competition been this year? Kind of, you know, Cardiff have been very successful in recent years. Bridgend, the winners last year, and as every season differs with a new crop of players coming into every team, it transitions, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I suppose this link leads now to what is that emerging player program. So effectively, it's a 2-year program now. It's a 20-month journey that comes in at 14-15 with the first year of the EPP, which is development, skills, mixed with some playing opportunities, and it moves then into the Dewar Shield competition at 16, which is the block to Christmas, September to Christmas, and then it goes into the regional age grade. So a lot of these boys in this program will now kick up into the regional age grade program after Christmas.
Yeah, and that'll be exciting in the new year as well, as we see Pontypridd fail with the kick, but they get the scrum. If you're going to get a scrum anywhere, in a perfect position, 5 metres out, options left and right.
Yeah, you're licking your lips here, aren't you, if you're the number 8.
Fed by McGee. Watkins under pressure, has to try and do something with a scrum retreating. Does well, McGee throws an intercept. That pass was never on. Sliced away. Luckily to Ponty, into safe hands. Knocked on in the tackle, second knock on. Well, the first one wasn't a knock on. Play goes on. Cardiff upfield with possession. Opportunity missed by Ponty. The Cardiff pack creating havoc. The stolen, thankfully, on the floor from the perspective of the black and whites.
It must be said, in a derby match like this, those small wins are massive, especially Cardiff there, pushing Pontypridd's scrum backwards on their 5 metre line. That would be a situation where you'd expect Pontypridd to throw everything at it. You know, they're in a great position, good chance to have a score, and they come away from the 22 empty-handed. Yeah,
that Cardiff pack will feel it's got a few wins on the board, isn't it? It's turned over a line out near the 5 metre, and now it's taking a scrum. That'll give them a boost psychologically about where they feel they are in this battle.
Baldwin. Correct. Safe dart into the middle. Good pass off the left, and then the Ponty loose forwards come flying in, but it's stolen again by Cardiff. Accuracy just going awry for a moment. Another wobbly kick downfield. Not finding the safety or touch. Kept alive. Good leg drive. Winning extra metres. Post contact. And Pontypridd looking dangerous. They've got another penalty. Offside in midfield. Some lazy defending. So Burke will once again Put this deep into the 22. To the groans of Griff McGee. Sounded like you thought he sliced that one.
Well, initially I thought it might have been a poor kick, but it must be said that was measured perfectly by Burke on the 5 metre line. This is where Pontypridd need to score. They've had 2 chances in the 22. Can they make it this time?
Yeah, I wonder whether they'll challenge the throw on this line out. Before they tried to get middle back, Cardiff marked up the front, took the ball. They're challenging the hooker here now to throw over the top if Cardiff are going to mark the front.
Yeah, Pontypridd realigning. There is a pod by Cardiff, goes back, so it's going to be middle ball towards Philpott. They win it, the drive comes on. It's going to be unstoppable, surely. Cardiff throwing everybody forward, it's a score. Pontypridd have replied. And has it come to Philpott himself? 37, where are my numbers? Will Watkins, the scorer.
Yeah, exactly what Pontypridd needed after a couple of goes at attacking inside the 22. This time they get it right, and it's the line-out throw from Brooklyn Baldwin. It's measured perfectly, lands in the grasps of Samson Philpott, and then they managed to get that rolling maul going nice and quickly. Will Watkins, Pontypridd are back in this game.
Conversions, good. So it all square once again in the Dewar Shield. Final, Pontypridd 7, Cardiff Central 7. And if Cardiff thought this one's going to be easy, as maybe some other fixtures this season have been, they're going to have to think again.
But this is exactly what we want to see in this sort of final for the Dewar Shield. Both teams going head-to-head, both teams getting on the board early and settling the nerves. Both kickers, well, accurate with their first kicks. I'm sure we'll be seeing them going for posts maybe a little bit more often come the end of the game for those 3-pointers.
And Chris, I'm sure the players will be well aware of the history. 1904 this competition dates back to, and all those famous faces have represented these schools teams in the past, and they'll want to replicate that success.
Yeah, it's got a huge history, isn't it? It's world renowned. You know, the size of the trophy alone is a talking point in itself, isn't it? In terms of the sides that have won the competition over the years and the names that have played in it as well. I'm sure these boys are more focused on creating that history today, though.
Where's the trophy kept these days? Does it go back to the schools or to a club? Wherever there's space for it.
Yeah, I think it's taken up a number of different positions over the years. I think it's been on walls. I know it got taken off the stand one year by one schools group, mounted on a wall. I think now it gets returned. It's actually in the rugby archive with Peter Owen here at the stadium. So people can obviously see it as they do their visit to the stadium, which is a great idea. I think it kind of it puts in amongst that history of Welsh rugby that's so rich. You wouldn't want to take it around town on a night out.
No, no, you need a lorry to carry it, or a cart at least. Cardiff with possession now then. They win the line out, launch attack in midfield, bring some strong runners flat onto the ball. Next wave, next pod come around the corner. Again, some big men in there. Will Thomas being one, wearing 88. Cardiff has stripped it, Ponty stripped it illegally. And it's a shot at post, maybe a sign of respect from Cardiff that they don't have complete superiority at set piece and maybe not quite backing the line out.
Yeah, it feels at the moment it's a bit of a battle of the defences right now and kind of who's going to wilt. Both teams are pretty aggressive around that contact area. Winning each other's ball at times, but you've got to probably get on the right side of the discipline at the moment.
Finlay Britton places the ball on the tee from Whitchurch. Takes his time. Strikes it well. Has the distance. Pulls it slightly left. Score remains the same. Ponty 7, Cardiff 7. You know, looking at the Cardiff team, a real mixture, balanced mixture from all the schools in Cardiff Central. All strong rugby schools from Glantaf to Plasmawr, Whitchurch, Llanysien, Corpus Christi, Cathedral, Myrddin, all represented here tonight. Couple of shouts of crossing midfield, waved away by the referee. Lucas Driscoll coming around the corner, waiting for it, but held on the deck. Ponty gain another penalty. That's half a dozen or so against Cardiff now.
Yeah, excellent work over the ball. Ashton Gill it was that time, playing in the blind side flanker position today for Pontypridd, but it's those sort of wins for Pontypridd, getting them down the field as well, playing into the wind in the first half. These kicks nice and low from Isaac Burke, making yards, but Pontypridd, as mentioned, this line out needs to function well today if they're going to get anything out of the game.
Yeah, the try for Ponty came from the line out and driving. And line out that is. Baldwin and Philpott connect again. This time they turn to the back line. Launched, patterns weaved, knocked on, no, gone back. Oh, it's there for Ponty, streaking through, 5 metres short, dragged down to Harrison Richards. Screams coming, ball. Stevens, the fullback, first receiver, trucks it up again. Cardiff fighting for the ball, disrupting. Penalty. Ponty take it quickly. Keelan Harris, the loose head prop. This is Ponty's opportunity to take a lead. Hit over the line. But can't get it down. So we drop out beneath the sticks. Pontypridd looking dangerous in possession.
Yeah, Adam Oughton going by himself there. And he was met well by, I think it was Kian Stereo and also Finlay Britton, the fly half in the mixer, holding it up. But it's great effort in defence from Cardiff.
Oh, Britton scuffs that one. Somebody takes one to the chops. So it's going to be another one. Britton lucky to escape with that error. Catches this one cleanly. Taken by the fullback, Iestyn Stevens. Looks like a back row out there. Loose ball out the back door.
Yeah, if I got my facts right there, Oz, I think Iestyn Stevens got a background in ice hockey. I think he's come from ice hockey into rugby.
Has he really?
You can see that kind of physical influence he's bringing to the game.
He's got a big build for a fullback, that's fair to say. And as you said, Oz, it looked like a back rower taking him on there. But I'm sure he's got that feistiness of an ice hockey player. If things start bubbling over, I wouldn't want him getting involved.
Yeah. Yeah, obviously. A bit of argy-bargy is allowed in ice hockey at times, isn't it? It's in the laws, not quite rugby. And there we go, Ponty back again. Combination of Baldwin and Philpott has been working. Will they mix things up? Again, taking the time. Philpott the target. Overthrown this time. Cardiff first to react. They're going to run from deep. Driscoll there, waiting for the ball, wearing 56. Pumped away by Britton. Finds a bit of grass. Stevens is there. Has a look up, looks to that right-hand corner. There is a bit of space. Overcooks it. Not by much. But an error, nevertheless. But on the balance of play, it's a very even start out there. Pontypridd maybe edging it on the
Yeah.
statistics if we had them.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with that. I think Ponty would be quite happy the way they've come back into this game. They've obviously got their try. They probably feel they should have done better on that line-out set piece there again. But in the main, they're right amongst it and back in this game.
Cardiff finding it difficult to go across that gain line. Ponty again straight over the ball, and they've won it, and they've won the penalty. Isolated with 36 on his back. Britton.
Yeah, Cardiff need to be careful. They're getting a little bit individual in their carries. They're getting caught in the middle of the field. Ponty are putting big numbers in there, and Cardiff are not getting their arrivals there quick enough.
And I'm sure these players on the field, many playing here for the first time, will want to impress. Selectors watching, cameras watching as well. Again, Pontypridd, the same setup. This time they go towards the tail, again overthrown. Swept up by Driscoll, the scrum half, so they need an acting scrum half, the blue and blacks. Cleared away. Time for Stevens to look up. There's only one way he's going. The big burly full back, and that's straight down the middle. Good platform for Pontypridd. McGee. Chip over the top by Owen Lewis. Doesn't find much space. Cardiff looks to counter-attack without much opportunity. Knocked on, unfortunately, by Ponty. At the moment, Cardiff not making the right choices.
Yeah, I think Ponty would be quite disappointed with their attack then. They had space to play down the edge. Cardiff had dropped their wing and full back. You could actually put the ball through the hands there rather than kick. I didn't feel that was the right option.
We've had one scrum so far, dominated by Cardiff. Surely they try and get a squeeze on here. Jake Johnson, Owain Thomas, Kian Stereo, the front row for Cardiff against Keelan Harris, Brooklyn Baldwin and Adam Outen for Pontypridd. That's better by Ponty. A good base for Watkins. Oh, charge down. Cardiff again, panicking under pressure. But unfortunately for Ponty, offside.
Ponty doing well here to put a lot of pressure on Finlay Britton. A couple of times he's gone to kick and he's been under masses of pressure. And I reckon he will start feeling as the game goes on. He'll get a little bit more nervous as the ball comes to his hands in the pocket. But Pontypridd, all they need to do is carry on as they are. They're putting a lot of pressure on Cardiff. And they are jumping over the ball in every breakdown, and they're making the most of these turnovers. Almost had another one deep in the Cardiff half just earlier. Unfortunately, dropped it forward in the end. But as we mentioned, Pontypridd, yeah, momentum starting to shift really towards Pontypridd now.
Yeah, line out from both teams not really hitting the mark. Pontypridd losing a couple. Cardiff there, first there. And Ponty will be happy with the performance of that last scrum, considering the previous one where they were absolutely annihilated. But in the 16s rugby, there are some low variations, aren't there? Was it metre and a half still in the scrum push? So they have to be controlled with that power if it does come through.
Not my speciality, scrummaging.
Cardiff try and get a bit of a shunt on. It's there for Ponty. Again, patterns weaved, lovely, second in the defence. In clear space, Pontypridd towards the 22. Will Watkins, one more pass. Again, Pontypridd are in. Try to Harrison Richards. Pontypridd cross for their second. And Pontypridd have really caught Cardiff by surprise. Pontypridd 12, Cardiff 7, thanks to the centre, Harrison Richards.
Yeah, they've come to play here today, haven't they, Ponty, and that line break effective for them. It was Josh Richards initially with that huge break, puncturing a massive hole in the Cardiff defence, and then all it was, couple of passes through the hands, creates the space for Harrison Richards in the corner. Good score for Ponty.
Yeah, a good bit of deception, wasn't it, in that phase attack. It was a good move. Cardiff were really high in their defensive line, bit in, left some space on the outside. Ponty probably had 2 or 3 players over there, but they kept the ball, recycled it and scored well in the corner. They deserve that.
Yeah, they have been the better team for the larger part of this first half. Half an hour or so gone. Burke shaves past that right hand upright. The score remains Pontypridd 12, Cardiff 7. Cardiff winners back in 2022.
Might have been in 2002 as well.
Probably, yeah, they've won it, as I say, on 26 occasions.
I'm sure the coaches for Cardiff, though, at they're looking forward for half-time. It couldn't come quicker for Cardiff, because since the first 10 minutes, they haven't quite been at the races, have they? And Pontypridd have just grown into this game with every minute.
And Ponty were weaving some lovely patterns in the back line, tearing Cardiff to shreds. Oh, that's bobbled out to the hands of the try scorer, Harrison Richards. And Cardiff look at 6s and 7s in defence. Really have been taken by surprise and not at all looking comfortable. Sam Brooks with a carry. Slow down. Driscoll having to dig for it. Lifts the box. Bit too far, it's going to be easy for Stevens to gather. Slides past the first tackle, shoves 2 or 3 away. An impressive first half for Iestyn Stevens. And the penalty's given away on the deck. And Ponty are here to play, gone quickly. Cian McGee. It's another penalty, and you wouldn't be surprised if the referee's starting to consider a yellow card about the amount of penalties given away. Oh, it's another peach of a kick, isn't it? Right in the corner.
Yeah, it must be said, Isaac Burke is really winning this battle of the 10s at the moment. He's putting Pontypridd on that 5-metre line regularly. It's just, can they sort out this line? They've got 1 try from a driving maul. If they can find the hands of Philp at the top again here, it must be a walk-in almost.
It's such a weapon in your armoury, isn't it, when your 10 can dead ball kick that close to the 5-metre line. And then you know your line out then can perform.
Ponty goes to the front, they get the rumble on there over the try line, and it's going to be a third. It is a score. And Pontypridd are running riot. A third try has come from another line out, and Cardiff just don't seem to have got grips on their defence. Brooklyn Baldwin, the scorer, the hooker, as all good hookers do, get onto the ball.
Well, Ponty just don't want half-time to come, do they? They've really grabbed this game now with a scruff of the neck. Cardiff are totally spooked. Don't really know how to deal with it at the moment. Look frantic, gone a bit individual.
Yeah, and that's a textbook try for a hooker these days. We see that driving maul, such a weapon on every level of the game. And Pontypridd tonight at the Principality, they've nailed it.
Another one. Dragged across the face of the posts. And from a Cardiff perspective, this is very unusual territory, something they haven't experienced this season. It's going to be a test of character of these individuals if they can pull together and face adversity.
Yeah, absolutely. And Cardiff, I'm sure at half-time they'll have a couple of minutes to themselves just to have a think. and have a look at themselves, because these individuals, they need to start performing as individuals and as a team, because they need to pull this out of the fire.
Yeah, I think if I was in their coaching group now, I'd be going, well, we haven't really got anything going. You know, bar that first couple of minutes where we made that line break and we scored, we haven't been able to settle on anything. We've gifted up the middle of the field, or given away a penalty, or coughed up a set piece. And Ponty at the moment are on top of Cardiff, and I think they need to rescue something back and just get some momentum back in this game.
Yeah, you do feel it's Cardiff maybe not performing at the moment as well. They're not reaching their high standards of the season.
I think you're right in your earlier point. They're probably not used to the situation so far, and maybe it's a bit different for them, and they've got to find a couple of solutions, and quickly, I'd say.
Sam Brooks with the ball, but it's crossing. An obstruction at the line out, and again, maybe uncharacteristic errors creeping into this Cardiff performance. Cardiff Central, a dominant force, but that's a dominant left one of a boot by Cian McGee.
So impressed now. We've seen a number of 10s over the last couple of weeks on these finals, and their kick-in range and their skills from the boot now are as good as I've ever seen, really.
Didn't see me kick.
50 pence foot.
No, but like you said, the talent of a lot of 10s these days. Last Thursday we saw Karen Leggett-Jones win set in a game, and he was magnificent. I've been on social media a couple of times. I'm seeing people make reels of Karen Jones, and it's clear that, you know, this level, people are seeing it. People are seeing the stars of the future, and it's good to see the likes of Isaac Burke as well lighting it up here tonight at the Principality. Yeah,
and if you jump on the WRU website, there's an article about this game with Owen Lewis, the Ponty captain, son of Geraint Lewis, the coach of Coleg y Cymoedd, who left empty-handed in that game. Llandyfri College victors in the Welsh Schools and Colleges final last week. And Ponty come again, and that's a rolling maul. That's really proving a weapon. Lewis. Good one-handed take, lovely. Around the corner, Will Watkins. What a try. It's a fourth score for Ponty. Great rugby.
Yeah, just fantastic rugby all round from Ponty. They're managing to keep the ball alive, and that one-handed take from Burke was incredible, to say the least. And in the end, Ashton Gill crossing the line for Ponty, but it was that offload from Will Watkins, and like every back row partner on the shoulder, Will Watkins offloading to Ashton Gill, in fact, and Pontypridd. What a half of rugby.
And the conversion is good. Pontypridd have really taken this game by the scruff of the neck. Cardiff, who came into this final unbeaten, having beaten Rhondda in the semi-final, a side that had beaten Pontypridd earlier on in the season. But Ponty showing no signs of fear in Cardiff Central, and have scored 4 first half tries. That in reply to the early score by Cardiff's Ali Al-Jassim. And the score at the interval, Pontypridd 24, Cardiff Central 7. Chris yn ôl i Stadiwm Principality. Y sioe oliadau yn fflachio. A dyn ni cael sioe yn y hanner cynta. Pontypridd yn erbyn Caerdydd canolog. Caerdydd yn ffefrynnau clir yn dod i fewn i'r rownd derfynol yma heb golli drwy gydol y tymor. A maen nhw wedi cael bach o sioc, wedi cael braw yn yr hanner agoriadol ar ei holi o 4 cais i 1, 24 i 7 ydy'r sgôr ar yr egwyl. Ar ôl sgorio cais cynnar, Ali Al Yasim. Pontypridd yn ymateb hefo 4. Diolch i Watkins, Richards, Baldwin a Gill. So welcome back to the Principality Stadium. You had a feast of rugby in the first half. Cardiff schools coming into the Dewar Shield final as favourites. But Pontypridd have controlled the opening half after conceding early. Replying with 4 tries, 24 points to 7 to score at the interval. Ponty in the traditional black and white strips. Start the second half. Cardiff have all to do, and I'm sure they will have a word or two ringing in their ear, going back down the tunnel. And Pontypridd capitalise on an error and have attacking possession. Watkins. Lewis, the dummy. And a penalty given, and that's cynical. And it's going to be a yellow card. And Cardiff, after needing to reply early, the try scorer, Yasim, is off the park for 10 minutes.
Well, that's a coach killer, isn't it? You've just addressed a number of issues at half-time. This is how we're going to kind of rectify. And you come straight out and you gift up possession, penalty, second penalty in front of the post, yellow card.
I imagine, Chris, that is a case of players wanting to right the wrongs of the first half and are over-eager and are too pumped almost coming down that tunnel.
Yeah, they're young men, aren't they? You know, the emotion is high. They want to kind of get a positive second half starter, but at the end of the day, you've got to kind of keep your head in the freezer, as they say, and kind of find your way out. That's just too frantic, and you've just gifted up 3 easy points.
Burke lining this one up. Easy enough. And it's the perfect start to the second half for Pontypridd. Nudge further away from Cardiff, extend the lead to 20 points. Now 27-7. And it's this Cardiff defence that has been lacking. McGee. Stay towards Burke on the right-hand side. I should say Richards. Cardiff with the ball. Was it a foot in touch? Not spotted by the assistant on this near side. Play goes on. Cardiff needing a bit of luck, down to 14 men. They need the ball and they need somebody to give them some impetus. And that's what they get from Stereo. On the angle, Evan Jenkins. Better by Cardiff, stringing a couple of plays together, a couple of phases. Towards that 22. Ball slowed down, slightly isolated, high tackle, penalty. Bit of a seatbelt tackle. Cardiff go early. They need to inject pace and power. So Lucas Driscoll tries it himself. Ponty flying up off the line, making it difficult for Cardiff. Lacking a scrum half. Driscoll's back there, believes it. Good carry with support. Cardiff seemingly losing their shape quite easily. And sent backwards.
Yeah, exactly that. They've gone back, you know, slow ball, gives Ponty time to reset their line D. But Cardiff, again, a little bit individual in their carries. Their support players are not arriving quick enough. It's pressure they're putting on themselves at the moment, and Ponty are just feeding off it.
And this lost forward, knock-on advantage. Ponty with an opportunity to get a platform to clear their lines. They may want to do more. Downfield by Lewis, finds acres of space. And off they go. Now then Cardiff with some open field. Harry Paul. Haven't seen much of the winger. Driscoll. Oh, an injury in midfield, yeah. It's the frustration of Cardiff. Referee calls it back. Yeah, maybe. Play could have gone on. We do want to see the safety of players on the field. And Cardiff will have possession, a scrum on the outskirts of the 22. And although Cardiff are making mistakes, they are under pressure. It's probably the longest spell they've had with the ball in hand.
Yeah, just much better, wasn't it? In terms of, like, they kept the ball for a couple of phases. Their carries a bit more direct. You know, that's what they need at the moment. They just need a foothold back in the game, and they haven't had that for large periods.
Yeah, they're finally finding some spaces in the Pontypridd defence, but as Chris mentioned, they're still quite individual in their attacking phases. They need some more pods, they need some more players on the shoulder just to have that option of offloading it once and finding the space. But as Harry Paul made that break, it felt like potentially if he'd have just stayed out on this near touchline and create some space on the inside, they'd have been in. But Cardiff showing signs of improvement early on in the second half.
Yeah, they've just brought Caden Harrigan on now in the front row as well. I'm sure he'll bring some aggression. Good things you heard about this young man from Ely.
Oh, Cardiff have a platform, have territory, have a dominant scrum. Driscoll off the base. Oh, trying to play for the chip forward, was he? Knocked on, trying something special. Not needed. He has gone forward.
It's credit to Ponty though. They're frustrating Cardiff, aren't they? They're constantly in every little scrap, every fight. And Cardiff at the moment are getting really spooked by it and don't have a huge answer so far. I think they're almost playing into Ponty's hands.
Yeah, trying to look for the miracle ball, where if this went through the phases as we've seen, they will pose questions and threats. The pack, you may notice, down to 7 players due to Yassim being off the field for 10 minutes. Have to be equal numbers in the pack. The number 8 off the field. Cardiff halting the drive after a metre. Iestyn Stevens, impressive in the first half. Involved again. Cutting back in. Josh Richards. Time for the clearance box. It's going to be infield. Well measured. No. Overcooked it. Look for a second. He's going to stay on the park. But Harry Paul just shepherding it over.
This is what Pontypridd did well in the first half. When Cardiff made a mistake, they managed to capitalise. This is one of the first real mistakes we've seen by Pontypridd. The ball out on the full. This is a time now for Cardiff to really punish Pontypridd and put their impetus into the game, because they need to be the next to score, that's for sure. This is a chance.
Thomas, safe ball to the front. Driscoll, bit of a ropey pass. They're still alive, flat ball. The pack coming around the corner, a bit slow. And there, the pressure, ball just being flung out, hoping that something can be created. There they are, numbers on the left. Again, it's not the quickest ball on the floor. Oh, lovely little show, needing some support. Does Finlay Britton. Pontypridd off their feet. No, they win the ball. Dragging the man down. Off his feet. Again, Cardiff starting to work through the gears, but they can't quite find a way to unlock that Pontypridd defence. Rhodri Jones in the black scrum cap. Swings one out wide. Looking for the pace of Josh Grayling. Again, across field, stolen the floor. Off his feet. Yeah, for the first time we've seen Pontypridd starting to give away penalties, making a couple of mistakes.
And it looks like Cardiff are about to empty 4 players off the bench. They need some fresh legs out there, that's safe to say, but it's small mistakes they're making at the moment. It's just in the vital point, they're not quite making the right calls, and at the end of the day, these are young players here. They're not quite at the level where they're going to make the right decision every time. They just need to get one right and they'll unlock the door.
Yeah, spot on, Griff. Like, they're struggling to win a collision, aren't they, at the moment, Cardiff? They're not getting a huge amount of front football. They can't win a speed of breakdown. So they're not really getting the speed of ball they would be thriving off normally this year. And that's credit to Ponty.
Again, those tackles, thumping, bruising. Kian Stereo, the big man, stays on his feet, finds Deck. There are numbers, but it's all a bit lateral by Cardiff. We need the players to start getting onto the ball on that front foot with a bit of momentum. It's all a bit of an arm wrestle starting from a static position. That's better. Winning the collision and the battle. Slow down all too much. Pontypridd trying to steal it again. Not quite on this occasion. Numbers on the right. Oh, it's another error. It does feel maybe it's a matter of time that Cardiff are starting to find a way through and around this Ponty defence.
Well, it's Cardiff who've got to bring it, isn't it? Ponty, scoreline's in their favour. They can be comfortable. They can choose when to kind of put numbers in, when to kind of fill the field. At the moment, the clock is starting to kind of turn against Cardiff. They need something quickly.
Cardiff back up to their full complement. 8 in the pack. Ponty looks to run from deep, interestingly. Lewis, head down. You'd think naturally they'd be looking to clear the lines from that first phase. They do from the second. Safely into touch.
That's the advantage of a left-sided kicker, isn't it?
Yeah, get that variation, that option. And Cardiff need to pick up the tempo. It's all a bit slow. Taking the time. Again, it's all a battle. Harrigan was in there. They're not weaving the same slick patterns as Pontypridd were in the first half. And the referee getting in the way, yes, but replay could have gone on. Yeah, Pontypridd, there's a period now, 10-15 minutes, that every backline starter move they had was just ripping Cardiff to shreds. Just seems like Cardiff slightly dysfunctional.
Yeah, again, credit to Ponty's pressure. You know, they're comfortable to come off the line or just slide off and push Cardiff to an edge. But Cardiff just can't get the ball beyond 1 or 2 phases at the moment. It's very stop-start. Must be frustrating them hugely.
It's another decent scrum. Again, into midfield. Big collisions. Penalty. Ponty holding on the floor. And that opportunity's there because the force and the fierce tackle stopping Cardiff from making any real inroads.
Cardiff haven't really got any of their sort of set play moves out the door, really. They've set that one up a couple of times, haven't quite got it. I would be inclined to give Harry Paul on this near side a one-on-one against his opposite winger, because there's plenty of space here. If only Lucas Driscoll or the replacement now, Lloyd Davis, can find his winger, maybe try something a little bit different, because at the moment Pontypridd have an answer for every question.
The last time Pontypridd won this competition was back in 2018. A side that included Ben Burnell, if I recall correctly.
Son of Justin, who is the head coach here of Pontypridd today.
Yeah, that's correct, yeah. Ben Burnell now plays his club rugby for Bridgend. I think he suffered a nasty injury, bend the knee, that kept him out for the best part of a year a couple of years ago. And Pontypridd again, that driving line out has absolutely terrorised the Cardiff pack. And they made 20 metres plus and they're still going. Offside, side entry, penalty to come, free play for Ponty. They're looking for a fifth try, a try that surely will put this game to bed early in the second half. Lewis almost slides outside his tackler. Gill already on the score sheet. A crossfield kick, a bit too far, has to be dealt with by Harry Paul. Back for the penalty. This will be an interesting decision. They've already gone for the sticks in the first half. Well, they've gone. Ooh. Hold your horses.
Well, I think we've got a coach on the field with a kick in tee.
So technically that should be a shot for posts. Bit of leeway.
Got away with one there.
Yeah. Ponty goes searching for a fifth try. The pick, the goal, and it's another. It is a fifth. And the try comes to Adam Oaten. On Pontypridd, when they have been in position, they have taken full advantage of every opportunity. They've been clinical, they've been ruthless.
Yeah, and turns out to be the right call from the Pontypridd leaders on the field, not going for the sticks and going for the tap and go, because they backed themselves today. You know, they've crossed the line 4 times already. Why not go for the 5th? And it must be said, I think this game is well and truly over.
So what you're saying is ignore the coaches?
Not every time, but sometimes the players on the field might know what it's like out there, because the Pontypridd pack, they've felt the force of Cardiff. They've felt that they can run them over today, and they've done it once again.
Yeah, they've steamrolled them, haven't they, at times? Not the prettiest of kicks, but it's still worth 2. And Pontypridd up to 34, Cardiff 7. There's a mountain to climb now for Cardiff Central, if they are to make it 27. Dewar Shields. Pontypridd have won this on 6 occasions, 7 times runners-up. The south wind seems within reach. Ponty getting a bit of a squeeze on for the first time, but it's there. Cardiff trying to weave a few patterns in midfield. Bringing in Ashton, Postgate. Go the same way. Again. Solid defence by Ponty. Lewis taking a knock to the shoulder. Alex Minette, the replacement. Winning a metre or two. Cardiff getting to the edges, but they need support. Slightly isolated. More than slightly. Oh, it's gone quickly. Penalty gone Cardiff way. Oh, thrown away. Knocked on. Finley Britton panicking. Cardiff capitulating.
Credit to Ponty's defence, though. They've been absolutely marvellous in this game. Their cover defence, and they've read every move that Cardiff has tried to throw at them. Cardiff just haven't been able to release the danger men on neither side of the wings, and then overall Pontypridd have just marshalled it brilliantly. And yeah, that chance going begging for Britain is just sort of summing up the day for Cardiff.
Cardiff trying to attack that Ponty scrum, not getting much change. Lewis, long one downfield, gathered by Iwan Fenton. Not much space on the right hand side, drifting across, taking up the space of their teammates. Need to hold their lines. Cardiff having to scrap for everything, and to work hard, nothing coming with ease with Kian Stereo. Making a couple more metres. Paul cutting inside, needing a bit of help. Again, it's all a bit laboured. The ruck had formed. The penalty for the local boys. And Britain chips that into the 5 metre line, and it's a time where you think every attack needs to be a score.
Yeah, they certainly need one now more than ever, Cardiff, and I think they showed a bit of a picture of what they need to do. They need to keep the ball alive, not accept the floor, try and get offloads, change your picture a little bit, because every time they go into deck, I think that's where Ponty are really contestable.
Was it cheeky one to the front? Yeah. Well defended. And Burke making a nuisance, but it's a knock-on. A second chance.
Again, though, frustration, isn't it? You know, in that attacking area of the field. I think you summed it up well there, Griff. I think Ponty just been at the races, haven't they? They've been quicker to everything today. They just seem more high energy.
It's almost as if they want it more. It's a derby match, and they know they're coming up against it, playing against Cardiff. I wonder if Cardiff have sort of strolled into this one thinking that they would have the number over Ponty, because Cardiff beat Rhondda, who finished at the top of the table in that region in the season. Cardiff Central beat them 35-19, so maybe Cardiff thought that they would run Pontypridd over today.
Cardiff on the attack. Again, it's lost forward. It's just not happening tonight for Cardiff Central. And although they kept it simple there, numerous times in this match they've gone to their box of tricks too early, trying to find some trickery to unlock the defence, where sometimes just keeping it plain and simple is good enough.
But unfortunately, Cardiff's handling's not quite been up to scratch today, and that's where they've been, falling short, especially in the red zone.
That's better by Cardiff. They'll have to reset. Getting a squeeze on. Although things are not going their way, they're only in the start of their rugby journeys. These individuals, they'll all be fighting against each other, obviously for places in regional academies. That these guys are going to be competitors for years to come.
Yeah, that's a great point, isn't it? You want good development mixed with good competition, and like you said, these boys will learn from this, both sides, victors and those who haven't won today. This isn't it for them. They've got a lot more to progress in their rugby careers, and this is one part of their learning.
And here come Cardiff. They need a score. They're desperate for a score. They turn to the forwards. The forwards are over, and they've finally done it. They've crossed for their second try. And a bit of urgency finally for the Blue and Blacks. Get the tee on. Let's get this conversion over and let's go again.
I just drop it. Just drop kick it over. Get going.
Britton gets it on the tee. Chips it over. Pontypridd 34. Cardiff 14. Is the impossible possible? Is there a comeback on the cards?
There's no way Ponty are going to rush this kick off. They're going to walk as slow as they possibly can to this kick restart. Yeah, I see Kai Lewis hurrying them up a bit then.
Yeah, 20 points the margin once again. A 3 converted try margin. Still a massive task for Cardiff. He'll need to get this ball and need to score. And that's what happens when you put some pressure aside. The nerves start jangling. The questions start ringing in your ears. Can we hold on? And Cardiff will have some wind in their sails, especially if they can get downfield quickly. Free kick. He'll go quick. Running away slightly off support, cuts back in, resets. Oh, nearly fumbled. Well held on to. Iestyn Stevens gets in there. But offside from the free kick, they'll go again. You'll have to wait this time. Finlay Britton. Long looping ball. Good feet to evade the first tacklers. Harry Paul. Can't find much space. Cardiff now then building another attack. Caden Harrigan gets into the 22. Okay, still all feels a bit static and slow for Cardiff, and they've lost it. Pontypridd rushing up off the line. And their mistakes, costly mistakes now, as the clock ticks away.
Yeah, Cardiff just haven't consistently today got their ruck speed going. Ponty have done a job slowing them down, or inaccuracy has slowed that down. Your golden marker of 2 or 3 seconds just hasn't been consistent enough today for Cardiff to get any attack moving.
Pontypridd preparing a couple of changes. The scrum will take place before that. Keir McGee waiting, feeding. Will Watkins controlling at the base. Yeah, flanker broke his bind early. Cheap penalty to give away. And that's what happens if you're trying to push things, trying to make a play, make something happen. You've got to stay honest, you've got to stay and wait for your triggers. And Cardiff have lost 40 metres or so. They've got to go from deep. Again, good competition on the floor. Illegally. Here's Harry Lewis with his hands on it. Oh, juggled again. Now then, there is space. Cardiff with some open grass ahead. Cutting back in. Oh, it's a penalty. It's going to be a yellow for sure. McGee trying to cover, but he's going to be off for 10 minutes. Cardiff licking their lips. This is now their time. This is their opportunity.
Yeah, it must be said, it's a real shame for Cian McGee to go off because he's had an exceptional game as the scrum half for Pontypridd, but yeah, a big opportunity for Cardiff. If it seems like they're playing like there's not much time left to go in this one, so as soon as they can to get over the line, it would be perfect for Cardiff and the coaching team.
To the middle, rolling maul, Pontypridd, have they stolen it? It looks like some or other, Will Watkins. That's almost stretched for that one. Cardiff will go. They have to go. They have to pick up the tempo. Another drive. They're over. That's a second quick score. A third try. With 6 minutes remaining, it's not an impossible task, but they'll need the conversion. 34 points to 19. They need to hurry to Cardiff. They need the kick. And Britain will pinch a metre or so.
Full credit to Cardiff there in terms of these scores. They're starting to make a few things stick now. Pass going to hand, starting to get some numbers up in attack. Have they got enough time?
That is the question. The kick is good. 34-21.
Well, Cardiff need 2 converted tries here to take the lead off of Pontypridd. I'd assume there'd be around 5 minutes following that kick, so they need to get down the field very quickly to Cardiff, because Pontypridd are going to suck every second out of this game because they're trying to roll down the clock to give Cardiff no option but to walk away with the loss tonight.
Yeah, Pontypridd, of course, down to 14. They've lost the scrum half. Cian McGee for the remainder of this Dewar Shield final. And Cardiff have to go 95 metres now to find a score. And they're going to have to run absolutely everything. Long ball over the top, fine space, knocked on. And that sums up Cardiff for you today. Appealing that it went backwards. And Ponty are going to swallow up as much of this clock as they can. And for a split second, the door had opened once again.
Good tactical nous by Ponty on that kick-off though. Pin you in a corner deep. Encourage you to play out, force an error. That's exactly what happened.
Poor Max Wilson, he was waiting for that ball to drop out the sky to his hands though. I believe it might have been Iwan Fenton who got in his way after that beautiful lofted pass over the top from Finlay Britton. His only option was to give that looping pass over the top, and had that landed in the right hands, they would have been in again, but there seems to be like,
penalty.
Commentator's curse. I was going to say that was that, but here we go again.
Cardiff take it beyond the mark. Have to go back. They're going to kick. They're going to go for the line out. Gone for a bit too much, maybe. No, lovely kick. Maxed out on that one. They're going to have to go quickly. Just get in there and get the ball in the line. Looking about 3 minutes remaining. Griff David, now the hooker of Glantarf. Oh, fumbled, headed. Maybe a bit of misdirection. Intentionally or unintentionally.
Did the ball actually spin round on his head then?
I think so.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Cardiff trying to find a way through. They'll need to score. Oh, it's gone forward again. Dragged onwards. The final touch came off Caden Harrigan. And Cardiff have created those half opportunities. But as we said, all too often in this Dewar Shield final, handling has been a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I state the obvious. You're not going to win rugby games with an error count this high this evening, unfortunately.
It's there for Ponty. Are they going to venture? Stevens again busting a hole, shrugging off the first tackle. And if Ponty go left here quickly, they could be in again. Lewis, half a chance to chip through. Well gathered by Cardiff. And although Ponty haven't maybe capitalised fully, they'll be happy to be deep in the Cardiff 22, forcing them to play from deep, from beneath their sticks. Cutting back in does well, Harry Paul. Reminds me a bit of, as a Harry Robinson of yesteryear.
Yeah, he's a good player, isn't he? We just, unfortunately, I haven't seen enough of him tonight, but every time he's touched the ball, he's had a positive contribution. I've been impressed with him.
On numbers here now then, Cardiff are away. Grayling needs a bit of help. Gets the offload in. Grayling again involved, the second touch in the play up to the 22. Now this is like the Cardiff we expected to see. Penalty, and it'll be another yellow. Cardiff have to go quickly. Cardiff will just hope there's still time left on the clock. They'll go for the corner. Is that a wise decision considering the time? Owen Lewis, the Ponty captain, down with a bit of cramp, needing treatment.
It must be said, in terms of the game as a whole, it's a real shame that Cardiff have only quite woken up in the last 10-15, because they've been really exciting to watch when they've been forced to play it from deep, been forced to give it a go and create something. And we've just seen another spark from Josh Grayling there. He's been silenced the whole game by the Pontypridd defence, and only now we're really seeing what he's capable of doing.
They go to the rolling maul. Their space is stolen. It's a penalty. Offside. Pontypridd just happy to get it away anyway. But they'll have to defend again. Could be the last play. Referee be looking at the watch. Well, they've shifted it out towards Ieuan Wilkes. It's over, it's a score. Now then, Cardiff are not rushing. So it seems like time potentially could be over. So Cardiff have left it too late to go for the win, but they have made the score a fair more respectable. At one point in this second half, it was 34 points to 7 to Pontypridd and Cardiff, with 3 tries in the second period. Have made it. A final score of Pontypridd 34, Cardiff 28. Pontypridd Schools, the Dewar Shield champions for this season. Many congratulations to Ponty. Upsetting the favourites Cardiff, unbeaten up to the final. And Pontypridd, after a smash and grab performance in the first half, 4 tries, really rattled Cardiff, who settled in the second half but left it too late. I know, guys, we haven't had an opportunity to discuss a player of the match performance. Any Any names standing out? I'm sorry, Chris.
I was going to let Chris
I've
take
thrown,
the lead
I've
on
thrown
this.
a grenade at you boys. I've thrown a grenade.
Totally unprepared.
Well,
Yeah.
in terms of players, you know, to mention for Pontypridd, Samson Philpott was excellent in the line. Now Will Watkins was also brilliant, and
Yeston Stevens was a
Burke.
handful, wasn't he, when he had the ball.
Yeah.
Really difficult to bring down. The Owen Lewis was a key character and a key figure in the back line.
yeah,
Harry Paul, you're pointing here.
Yeah, I think like Isaac Burke was a big part of that performance, wasn't he, early on? Put them in that field position early that they got those scores from, and was good from the boot most of the night, and marshalled the game quite well at 10, I thought.
Yeah, I agree. In terms of if anyone stood out in the first half, especially Isaac Burke, put Pontypridd exactly where they needed to be to put the pressure on Cardiff, and if he hadn't have done that, I don't think we'd be seeing Pontypridd lifting the coveted shield in a few moments' time. So my choice would be Isaac Burke. I think you boys might agree with me as well.
Yeah, I think we'll have to go for a Pontypridd player, won't we? The champions, the winners of the Dewar Shield. For the first time since 2018. And that's the seventh occasion since 1904 that Pontypridd have lifted this iconic, this unique shield. And Cardiff, well, they'll come back another day, that's for sure. They've enjoyed plenty of success recently. But Pontypridd will now have their name stamped on the shield alongside last year's winners, Bridgend. As we see Justin Burnell, I'd like to say congratulating his team, but it's more of a speech maybe to say, look, believe in yourselves and look what can happen.
Yeah, they've got a good support group there, haven't they? I can see a couple of, see Greg Prosser there, former Pontypridd and Wales second row, Christian Parker, current coach of Pontypridd, Garen Smith.
Yeah, Pontypridd and Cardiff player. Christian Parker was the captain Pontypridd as well, didn't he, for a long period of time. Yeah, a good network of coaches to develop the next generation of not only Pontypridd rugby players, but hopefully there will be regional players and maybe international players amongst them. And Cardiff on the far side, obviously having their own huddle. They will be desperately disappointed, but they will come again, and they will, I'm sure, make a chunk of the regional age grade team. And in a sense, you know, this under 16 Cardiff under 16 or under 18 in a couple of years' time will be a strong group if these two teams come through the age grades together.
Yeah, and I think nationally, you know, that's hence why we're looking at this program around improving it, making sure our talent can develop, get a longer period for them to be in the system, regions to be working with us collaboratively to kind of get ahead of who then they see in their pathway. And you know, 850 players this year have been involved in this program, so there's a lot of talent out there in Wales, a lot of talent. It's looking after it now, making sure they move on.
And the presentation is set and ready. Cardiff preparing to step up to receive their medals.
And I feel like a lot of these Cardiff players, they'll be very disappointed with this performance today, especially the first half. However, in years to come, this experience will be very valuable for these players, because coming to the Principality with all that weight on your shoulders, it takes a lot of heart, and it takes a lot for these players to sort of step to that level. And in the back end of the second half, we saw the heart and the grit and determination from these lads to come back into the game to make it a respectable score. So these boys will certainly take a lot out of today's game.
Yeah, sport is obviously about winning when it comes to an elite level, but you learn a lot of life lessons as well, and you know, coping with defeats and bouncing back from defeats is something that can spur you on to greater things. Yeah,
you know, that's the nature of the game, that's the nature of life, I suppose, but I think your point's valid. it's a beginning, it's a learning for these boys. They'll be disappointed. They'll probably feel that they didn't deliver on the field what they've been doing well all year, and they did a bit of that, didn't they, in that final 10 minutes and showed what they're capable of. But again, you've got to reflect credit to Pontypridd. I thought they were really well set out today, really accurate in what they were doing, well coached, and they deserve the victory because they stopped Cardiff from playing. Simple as that.
Yeah, here come Cardiff to collect their runners-up medals, led by Ali Al-Asim. It's not the medal they would have been dreaming of last night, but it's been a successful season. Nevertheless, it's just one defeat in a season that they've otherwise swept everyone aside.
And I'm sure next season we'll be seeing a lot of these players make that next step up in terms of, you know, playing in the schools and colleges league. A lot of these boys are in, you know, sort of Glantaf, Whitchurch schools. They'll be looking to go into Cardiff potentially, and maybe Colin Cymmoedd if they go a bit more left outside of Cardiff. So, you know, there's plenty of opportunities for these lads. They've put themselves in the shopping window today, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of them back at this stage at some point in the near future.
Yeah, Pontypridd definitely in the Cymmoedd catchment area, aren't they? Certainly a number of these will kick on to play in that competition. But tonight, they will enjoy having played here at the Principality. They will enjoy being known as the Dewar Shield champions, the latest addition to a long line of successful players and teams. I'd like to say to lift the shield, but there's not much lifting going on there to the size of it. You need a crane.
Well, if it goes like their line out tonight, they'll be perfectly fine lifting it. They were excellent in that.
That's true. The maul was at times unstoppable, a juggernaut. As we see Owen Lewis and a couple of other players, Samson Philpott, gather around the shield. We can have a couple of photos taken and hopefully carefully spin it around for us to see in all its glory. There it is with all the little silver shields, buffed, shining, glimmering. And the Dewar Shield champions are Pontypridd schools. Llongyfarchiadau anferthol. Many congratulations. Pontypridd, the winners. We'll have to find some space on the bus home to get that shield on. Felly y sgôr terfynol ar ôl gêm gofiadwy lle nath Pontypridd heddig i ffwrdd efo un o hanner cyntaf. 4 cais i gyd yn ymateb i cais cynnar Caerdydd. A Caerdydd yn brwydro nôl yn yr ail hanner i wneud y sgôr dipyn mwy clos nag oedd hi am un gyfnod. Ond Griff gair bach i gloi. Pontypridd yn heiddiannol yn fuddigol ar y diwedd.
Ie, Pontypridd yn anhygoel, mae rhaid ni ddeud, yn yr hanner cyntaf ne. O popeth yn mynd o'i plaid nhw. Oedd nhw'n amddiffyn am eu bywydau yn drefnus tu hwnt drwy'r gêm yn ei gyfanrwydd. Bydd Caerdydd yn hynod siomedig gyda'i perfformiad nhw, ond mae'n rhaid ni ddeud Pontypridd ar ddiwedd y dydd. Nhw oedd yn heiddi'r fuddigoliaeth, nhw sy'n mynd ar darian enfawr yn ôl efo nhw i Pontypridd, a dwi'n siŵr fy nhw'n cael dipyn o ddathlu hyn yma ac yn ystafell newid ar ôl nhw fi mewn.
Ie, llongyfarchiadau unwaith eto i Pontypridd. Many congratulations once again to Pontypridd schools, the winners with a final score. A score terfynol, Pontypridd 34, Cardiff schools 28.